ko na sumuli-gulo for you. I just kidding.
I made it.
Miigwech, thank you very much for the warm-up song. I'll call that a warm-up song just to get people back into the room. So we have been advised we are now online, so we'd like to welcome everybody here in the room, but also joining on YouTube, also on the live feed broadcast through the Chiefs of Ontario website. So thank you for joining us. At this point, I'd like to call upon all of the AFN candidates to make your way up to the front, just to prepare for the presentations that will be made very shortly. So again, inviting all candidates to come up to the front, and we'll get started very shortly. So at this point, I'd like everybody to please rise, and we will have the drum render the opening song. It's a grass dance. Miigwech. Miigwech, miigwech. Thank you to the All Nations Drum Group for opening us up today in a good way. So we do have delegates making your way into the assembly room. We also have delegates that are joining us, of course, virtually on Zoom. Just a reminder, if you want to inform folks back home, everyone can observe online. Where are the candidates? We can observe the candidates' presentations and the All Candidates Forum, of course, online. If you go to Chiefs of Ontario's website or go on the YouTube channel, just go to YouTube, punch in Chiefs of Ontario. Anybody can observe that online. So at this point, I'd just like to do a very quick recap of the agenda for today, and then we will get it right into the Candidates Forum. So, of course, this morning we started with the sunrise ceremony at 6 a.m. Miigwech to those that joined that. Registration, of course, opened at 7 a.m. 9 a.m., the agenda calls for the first item, of course, which is the AFN National Chiefs Candidates Panel. There will be presentations and a Q&A. I'm going to come back to that just to make sure that all the candidates are aware and familiar with the format that we will be following. After that, so that'll be for an hour and a half. After that, at 10:30, we do have Minister Patty Haidu, Indigenous Services Canada, will be joining the Assembly. We will have the Knowledge Keepers provide their update at 11 o'clock. And then, what is the plan? We have Minister Gary, I've got to make sure I get the name right, Ananda Sangari, Crown Indigenous Relations, will be joining us virtually. That's at 12 o'clock. And then we will continue right through lunch. We will have meals or the boxed lunch provided for everyone. We will meet right through lunch, and then we'll get right into the resolutions. We didn't get to resolutions yesterday, and we have several resolutions to deal with, so we will deal with that this afternoon. And we're hoping to close by 3:15. We'll start the closing protocols with the closing prayer and the closing ceremonies, the retiring of the staffs. So that's the agenda for today. You got just a couple of notes that I've been handed. Hard copies of the resolutions are being made available, so you will get hard copies of all resolutions will be made available to the delegates. Any hard copies that are remaining after that will then go to councillors. So I know that some councillors have been asking, but the first hard copies will be going to the chiefs and the proxies. So before I turn it over, so the first item, of course, is the candidates panel, and I see that all of the candidates for National Chief are here. We've the honor of moderating the panel goes to our youth co-chair, Caitlin Peters. So I'm going to ask all of the candidates and chiefs that are here in the room, if you can please give her some respect. She does have some tight time guidelines that must be followed. It's very important that as moderators up here, we be impartial, that we treat everyone equal. So everyone will have the same amount of time. So everyone has 15 minutes. What it is, it's a 5-minute presentation. After 5 minutes, Caitlin will then open up the floor to questions. So 10 minutes of questions. So again, it's a total of 15 minutes. Caitlin will give you a 30-second warning once your 5 minutes is coming up. And then at that point, we will open up the floor. So again, if you can please respect our youth co-chair, I think it's her first time doing this. If you can please respect that. I recognize it's not a lot of time, but we have allocated an hour and a half for this forum. So miigwech for that. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to youth co-chair, or my colleague, Caitlin Peters. Miigwech.
Mino Gajab, National Chief Candidates. How are you this morning? So I'm very happy to be here today to be moderating your session. So as Adam mentioned, I'll be giving you guys just a quick tap on the shoulder, just a quick reminder that your 30 seconds is remaining. So with that being said, I will list off the names of the National Chief Candidates. So we will be hearing first from Reginald Belrose, Craig McKenna, Sheila North, David Pratt, Dean Sayers, and finally Cindy Woodhouse. So with that being said, I would like to call up our first candidate, Reginald Belrose, please. Okay.
Just put it there. Greetings, Anine, Tanse, Bonjour, chiefs, elders. I want to thank the elders for the pipe ceremony this morning, for the drum. all of you that are gathering this morning to listen to the national chief candidates and why we want to run, what are we doing, what are our plans, what are our visions. So this morning I acknowledge our Creator. I want to start off by speaking about our Creator-given laws. And it's important that, wherever we are, coast to coast in this beautiful country. I'm from the Muskowgan First Nation Treaty 4 territory. I was elected chief for 17 years from 2005 to 2021. And what I learned from the elders, it's very valuable here, and we're losing them so quickly, is that let's stand on our Creator-given laws. That can't be manipulated, it can't be taken to court, it can't be interpreted. So as we're coming here to this circle in the Ontario Chiefs, your deliberation, your circle, all of the important work that I see on your agenda. And when I think of what can one person do in this country, there's so much diversity, there's so much challenges, so much crisis. I believe that one person can make a difference. One person can bring forward a vision. And if that vision is supported by the chiefs of Ontario, supported by the chiefs of Saskatchewan, and right across the country, then there's strength. So I've been going across the country saying, we need the chiefs to come back to assembly. We need you to come and sit, come and support. And when I hear about C-53 and what's happening in Ontario, some government recognizing somebody else and saying, you can come into this territory, we're going to give you rights. Where we need to stand on is our Creator-given rights. Very important. And one of my messages I've been delivering across the country is First Nations shouldn't have to lose in order for others to gain. If you're going to give them something, don't take it from us. Don't take our rights, don't take our land, don't come onto our territories. That's what my key message is on this. And I will stand with the Ontario Chiefs in all of the very important priorities that you deal with. Climate change. Climate change is not only about the crisis that we're dealing. It's also about human rights. We need to leave something for our children. We need to leave water. We need to leave all that we can. And how best to do this, the impacts of climate change on human rights and future generations, is I will support and advance the 7 priorities that are identified in the AFN National Climate Strategy. It's all there. The work's been done. We don't have to go study. We don't have to go reinvent the wheel. It's there. Very important one that I've been looking at is the Jay Treaty. Back and forth, trade crossing. We got relations on both sides of the border. Our rights are free-flowing. They're not boxed in. They're not saying you can't leave this, you can't go past that line or that border. So as a national chief, that's what I want to bring forward is to promote, educate Canadians on our Creator-given rights. I have 4 key platforms. Economic self-determination. Government never funds us properly. They never we're underfunded. We're got clawback. Trudeau came to Montreal. I'll lift the 2% cap. The caps, and most of you were there. It took him a long time to do it. Then when he lifted the cap, he cut us in other areas. So when you look in this vast province, the northern nations, you need funding that's to suit your needs, your unique situation in the province. Yeah, 5 minutes doesn't give you a whole lot of time, but Chiefs, I thank you for listening. I thank you again for welcoming me into your circle. I've sat with many of you. We're no strangers. Even though I am from the prairies, I am willing to work with Ontario. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reginald Belrose. So now the floor is open for any questions. So you do have about 10 minutes left, so you can feel free to keep going on if you'd like to.
Wanted to take some time on the residential school. Oh, Chief, sorry.
Anin Kinoya, Zongaboy Dijnakas, Bizing Dunjaba, Chief Scott McLeod, Nipissing First Nation. And this question will probably go to all the candidates as they come up if they wish to entertain it. But we all know the turmoil that the AFN has endured over the last few years with regards to leadership, regards to organizational restructuring, and also the financial audits and the allegations surrounding the audits. How do you plan on addressing that and turning things around to give not only the leadership, but the grassroots people on Turtle Island confidence that AFN will be serving them and moving forward in a good way? Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So when I look at, and we're all at the First Nation level, the councils that are elected with the chief, you don't have to work together. A council could come in, they can oppose the chief, they can go against you, they can take misinformation out to the community. But in my time as chief, I would emphasize to the council, I worked with 7 councils, and I'd say we're one. We're not 9 people around here, we're one. So that First Nation level experience, I want to bring that to the executive. The executive also have to work with the national chief, and the national chief has to work with the executive. And together, you need to form one vision that's going to help the whole country. So that's the first response that I would say. And then when you look at Resolution 13, the panel that was struck for our women in Two-Spirit are not feeling safe in the workplace. They have recommendations in that Resolution 13. What I want to do is implement those and say everybody who comes to assembly needs to feel safe. If there's predatory nature, women are not feeling safe, and Two-Spirited are feeling disrespected or undervalued, we have to address that. And that report studied, they did a good job in looking at everything, that all the challenges. So that's really where I would start and say, look, the fight is not with each other. The fight is with the federal crown, the Crown and Right of Canada. It's a classic tactic, divide and conquer and fight and say, yeah, let's put Ontario against BC and Ontario against Saskatchewan. Let's set aside those differences. So as National Chief, I would come in and say, let's work together. Chiefs come in, we need confidence. The people need confidence in this place. 180 chiefs voting, we need 634 chiefs in Assembly. 634 chiefs voting. I understand you have a lot of challenges at home, crisis. I'm not going to go through them. You understand that. But here's the opportunity that First Nation level experience that I bring, working with council, working with people who you're not elected with, because we don't run as one. We all run on our own ballot. So the confidence needs to start with the national chief, supported by the chiefs, and all of the work is there, Resolution 13. And as you go across the country, Creator-given rights, unity, good, clear messages. Thank you, Chief.
Miigwech, Chief McLeod. Mic 2, Chief Miracle.
in our politics, we hear what there's a lack of, and it's a lack of resources, financial resources, to address these long wait lists for housing, post-secondary education, safe drinking water, the Métis infringement on the rights of our people. And we know that it's going to require a lot of money. I think $348 billion over 7 years. That's what the forecast is. How do you intend to tackle that to ensure that we make progress on those issues and focus on the needs of the people instead of quarreling with each other at the executive table?
Thank you, Chief Miracle. And there's a strategy, and that there is a Chiefs Committee doing that work. They do have all of the priorities identified. As we hear, you might hear from the ministers later today. There's going to be a strategy to cut. Who gets cut first in the countries? First Nation. So I want to come forward with that plan. Here's a budget. Here's a forecast. Here's our needs, supported by the chiefs. I'm not going to walk in on my own. I'm not going to speak for the chiefs. The chiefs who need those resources, they need time with the PMO. They need time with the ministers. And you bring in your plans and say, this is what we need. But collectively, we have an idea on the budget. It's billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, on that issue, I think we should have a 2-day conference, and all those ministers that have money should be there to listen to the chiefs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Mic 2.
Bonjour, Sagatraway, Indigo, Bijou and Odem, Couchiching Donji. Chief Brian Perro, Couchiching First Nation. I come up, Reginald, just to say miigwech to you and what you did in the last election, where you conceded that election because we were going to keep going through many votes, and you didn't try and stand in the way. You did the honorable thing, and I just want to say miigwech to you for that in that last election. Miigwech.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So last election, I was ahead on 3 ballots, and then I couldn't get 4 and 5. But what happened is there was a large push across the country to have a lady lead. So I was getting messages from chiefs, and they're like, do you have to keep going? I don't have to keep going. I got a good life. I'm doing well. And some of the close people around me, we had advisors, and we're like, let's let the country have what the country wants. So sometimes in politics, that's again that experience I'm bringing to you as Chiefs of Ontario. I'm not a greenhorn. I'm not like you, 40, 30 years, but I have enough experience. And I've been through these types of pressure, I will say. It's pressure. Pressure is privilege. So thank you for the acknowledgement, Chief.
And we do have about 1 minute remaining, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to unfortunately leave the floor up to our chief over here. So I will open the mic up to mic 2. Thank you.
Good morning, Chief Karen Bell from Garden River First Nation. This question will be for you and all the candidates. In relation to violence, intimate partner violence, domestic violence, youth drugs, and alcohol issues, I'd like to know where all of your views are and how you attempt to tackle all of these issues, because they're 40, 50, 60, 80 years old, and they're continuing to rise in statistics, and police are becoming more involved. And in fact, we're getting a lot more outsiders coming into our First Nations to deliver product because they see an open market. Miigwech.
Yeah, thank you. Like many of us in this room, my experience is no different. I grew up in a lot of violence. Muskowgan still has the residential school standing, intergenerational trauma. I'm a victim of violence myself, so everywhere we go, we're promoting safety, wellness, and kindness. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yes, round of applause. Miigwech for your speech, Reginald Belrose. Okay, so I would like to welcome up our next candidate to the stage, Craig McEnaugh.
Good morning, Chiefs. I'm Scott Naukio, Hogamawak, Niganawak, Giteak, Tuskiwak. Singing Cree, I'd like to welcome all to be here. Greetings to the Chiefs, the councillors, the workers, and the elders. I put my name in for National Chief. It was a last-minute decision because I was in leadership for close to 30 years with my band. I was regional chief and councillor for about 20 years. What I bring is experience to the table. And I know right now with AFN, we need to work on making it a better AFN. It needs to get back to where it used to be, where it was doing the work for the chiefs, not necessarily working with the government. We need to somehow change that how AFN, when years ago when AFN was started by the National Indian Brotherhood, we need to get back to that stage where the power goes back to the chiefs. And, you know, we at the AFN need to do that so that, because right now I think we're at a crossroads because with what we're facing with what the government is doing with legislation and the Métis bill coming up. And in all the work that they're doing, they're sliding in the Union Act. There's 3 parts to the Union Act that we have to be aware of. Like one of its membership, as you're all aware, it's one of the main issues. Lands is another issue. Policing is another issue, part of the Union Act, and gaming. So those are all different issues that are there that we need to keep tabs of. And you know, with over the years, I've gone to the Senate to speak on some of these bills, and even going to the Geneva to speak. So you know, I'm prepared to do that if I have to do that and bring the issues to the Senate and to the UN. I'm prepared to do that. You know, as we move forward, I always look at our relationship with Canada it should be a bilateral relationship, true bilateral relationship, and I always. You know, my thoughts are we shouldn't be doing these tripartite agreements with the provinces. The provinces should be stepped aside in these agreements, and you know, we do these agreements differently. Where you know, provinces. I guess I was talking about going back to these transfer agreements with the federal and provincial governments. Those need to be looked at. Those 5 areas. Because those areas are the key to where we get a lot of our funding. And if we can break those federal provincial transfer agreements, then those dollars will come to us. Because right now, a lot of those dollars are going to the provinces, which they should be coming to us. So, you know, that's something that we need to be looking at and for the future, because the work that we're doing now is going to benefit our younger generations coming up. And I guess in regards with the internal problems with AFN, we need to sit down and talk to the staff, deal with those issues, and come up with solutions to move forward. And at the same time, talk to the regional chiefs so that they will come to the table. And I know I worked previously as a regional chief, so I know I know about a few of those regional chiefs there. So it wouldn't be too much of a problem. And, you know, working together, that's one of the things I've done over the years. Working with my council is teamwork, and that's one thing that I'm going to keep promoting is teamwork. Because the more teamwork we have, the better the organization will be, and that's what I'm going to be promoting. And then last but not least, I know one of the comments I've heard was we're not including our elders enough in discussions, and we need to have them involved. And I always think that our summer and winter sessions should be longer because we should make more time for our elders and our youth to speak. And the issues should be the critical issues. We should be dealing with the critical issues right at the table. And the issues that aren't critical, we should be tabling those to the next meeting. because unfortunately sometimes we have the meetings and it ends up at the executive committee table to deal with those motions, and I think it shouldn't be that way. We should be leaving the decisions back with the chiefs so that they can make those decisions, and so it doesn't fall on the executive. Okay, thank you.
Miigwech. Like to open the floor up for questions, and microphone 2, please.
Well, bonjour. Harvey Desjardins. I'm just here to remind the panel that a talking stick was provided to the podium for the candidates to use. And it's to help you with your words and that you speak from the heart. That was provided by one of our elders, Donna DeBossigay. So it's for you and the panel to use. Miigwech.
Hey, thank you. Okay, I'll just answer some of those questions in regards to the audits. The audits are important, and that's we need to look at the audits and come back with solutions to what the auditors are saying and bring it back to the chiefs so that they know what are the concerns so that we can move forward. Over the years, we've worked on our audits, and we've always had general meetings where we brought them back to our people so they'd know what were the problems, and then we'd get their consent so that we could move on after that, after we had that discussion. So that's one thing I want to would bring to the table, is to have that consultation with the chief so that we can move ahead and in a good way, so that the office will benefit and all the chiefs and our membership across Canada will benefit, because the problems that we face these last little while, we can deal with them, and you know, it'll take a bit of time, but I know once we sit down and discuss these issues, we'll move ahead. And with funding, sorry about that. With funding, there needs to be different ways of dealing with that. I always look at with housing. Years ago, there used to be when I was regional chief, they talked about a national CMHC fund, and we were talking about that at the chief's level, and it never moved forward. So that's one thing I'd like to see, is having a national CMHC fund in place for housing for our nations across Canada, because that's a source of funding that we need, and if that fund should be put in place so that we can have it for our members for now and in the future. And so that's one, and then that's one part of it. The other part is Infrastructure Canada. I think they could be utilized better for all our infrastructure projects, because there's lots that we need. Our infrastructure and all our bands is getting older, and it's time we need to get them upgraded, because there's, especially with the water, that's another issue too with this proposed legislation that's coming through the House. We need to be aware of that and how it's being written so that it will respect our jurisdictions, because I know a lot of our councils across the country already have signed agreements, so we have to respect the ones that have signed and the ones that have objections to it. So we got to keep working on those issues so that we're respecting every council's jurisdictions across Canada, because we all have different agreements. And with violence, that's there's a bill there's a lot of discussion with judicial, but I think one of the things that we need to look at is how the RCMP deal with us, because I know in my nation we put bills. We make bills, custom bills, and they don't recognize them. So that's something we need to somehow break that, so that now that we, at our band level, we deal with the bills, we do our own custom laws, and the government has to respect that. Because I know that's one of our problems that we're facing is when it comes to enforcement, we can't, because they don't recognize that, and I see that as a problem. That has to be addressed, because once we address that issue, all these other issues with violence, we can start dealing with them more effectively. And I'm hoping that when we sit at the table and deal with the departments that deal with that, the judicial items, that will be one of the main issues that we deal with right off the bat, because there's just too much going on, too many drugs, too much drugs out there. So we need to deal with all those issues and come up with a solution long term, so that when you deal with these violence issues, that they're front and center at the table and we can deal with them. So that's one thing I want to see done, is because it's just we have too many of our members in jails, and that's not right. We should have more programs in place for them, especially wellness programs, and that's something that we need to do. And lifting these moratoriums on hospitals and wellness centers, we need to get that taken off, so that we should have all those facilities on reserve for our members. So, those are just some of the comments that I have. That I could say a lot more, but it's good to be here this morning. Hi. If there's any more questions?
Okay, and the floor is still open if any of you guys have any questions for our candidate.
Chiefs, I'll just make a couple of closing comments. What I didn't say earlier was we need to look at our going back to how the structures, and especially looking at the Hudson Bay Agreement and the Doctrine of Discovery. We need to look at those to go back to the basics and how we've set up as a government. So we need to look at that and bring it back to where it's true bilateral relationship with the government. So that's what I'd like to see, is I'd like to bring to the table is that, so that we can once and for all have this in place, so that we don't have to deal with these issues that are coming forward, where they're chipping away at our treaty and inherent rights. We need to protect ourselves for the future and plan for a future for our generations to come. So that's what I want to do, is plan for the future and work with the chief, so that we can deal with these issues that are coming up, because they're talking about self-government issues, and we need to make sure that our treaties are protected. So that's what I bring to the table, is protecting our treaty inherent rights and move forward and have our governments in place, and so that we can move forward and things will be there for our generations to come. So, thank you.
Miigwech, Mr. Mackinac, for your presentation. I would just like to remind the audience of our first candidate. Unfortunately, had to cut off his presentation short. I didn't mean to disrespect the Chief of Garden River for a very important question that was asked. But just in fairness for all the candidates, as mentioned, they all have 15 minutes and no more. So now I would like to welcome to the stage our next candidate, Sheila North.
Danse Sheila North is Nagason Ban Bonnaby Creation in Ossia. Niminent and Atsunawa beg you gan, a beat the monge on the Sawi Batayan. Ega gets him at the go gate to hig, needs the weeds a hit the gook. May God say how niggas get him out, get him tahu maganak, ega how niminent and maga out the AIan, ega get a miscat and oga can ogisto, ega mina gitahu magan wow. Hi, everyone. My name is Sheila North from the Bunbonabee Cree Nation, and I am from northern Manitoba, and I am a kukum, a proud kukum of one, and a blessed mother of two. And I'm so happy to be here with you, especially for the time that you're giving up for us to be here with you and to talk about why we're here. And why I'm here is to ask for your vote to become the next National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, because I believe I have the ability and I have the credibility to stand with you as we face the next few years of potential hardships. But first, I also want to acknowledge the traditional lands that we are here on, of the Erie, Neutral, Huron, Wendat, Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Ojibwa Mississauga Nation. I also know that this territory is mutually covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Iroquois Confederacy, the Mississauga, and the other allied Indigenous nations, whereby they agreed to peaceably share the wealth and care of the natural resources around the Great Lakes. So I'm grateful to be here with all of you, elders, women, young people, of course, chiefs, council, proxies, and I will acknowledge Elder Kelly here, who is the uncle of our new premier in Manitoba, Wab Kinew. Thank you for being here to be with us. Thank you for the talking stick, Elder, for providing it for us. And it gives us a lot of strength to stand here and to give us authority to be here. And I also wanted to share this very strong, powerful feather. It's from the same bird and same moment where Elijah Harper stood up in the legislative building in Manitoba to say no to Meech Lake Accord. So I'm very proud to be the keeper of this feather on his behalf and his friend's behalf. As I said, I am a kukum of one, and it gives me a lot of perspective on the future of where we're going as a nation. And I know that it's very important to think that way. And I can imagine being our elders back in the day when we started welcoming newcomers and thinking about their children, thinking about us, thinking about your grandchildren and my grandson as we go forward. And I know that this is a tremendous responsibility. I don't take it lightly that I'm standing here with you. I don't want to spend a lot of time telling you who I am because we have material to do that. And I think all I will say is that I am here with you. I'm a lifelong advocate of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls ever since I discovered I was a survivor of one. I'm a former Grand Chief. I'm also a journalist. And with these skills and with the training that I've had from my father, who's a former chief, who was one of the first chiefs in Manitoba to kick out an Indian agent in our province, I stand here knowing the importance and value of leadership and the unity that we need across the country to bring back to the table where we are required to speak for our women, to speak with our young people. Our young people are here and watching us. We know that. They're watching us online. They are standing with us and they're hoping for us to come back to a place where we are unified, to work together. So that is where I come from, and I take this opportunity very seriously with you. You know the issues better than I do, and I can't wait to stand there with you, to fight with you. I'm not afraid to speak up. I'm not afraid to talk to the powers that be. I know when to raise my voice. I know when to stand aside, and I want to stand with you as we go forward in these difficult times, whatever that may be in the next few years. So I want to ask you to stand with me and vote for Sheila North for the Assembly of First Nations on December the 6th. Like I say, much.
Okay, and now the floor is open if any of our leadership have any questions for our candidate. Microphone 2, Chief McLeod.
Anin, I guess the first question would be the same as previous about the last few years at the AFN and the turmoil and the demands for forensic audits. And I want to also add, because I think we all know the extreme costs surrounding forensic audits, and I would like to know how you would address that, and also if you feel that there is a need for forensic audits based on the financial audits that have been already put forward by the AFN.
Absolutely, and those are important questions and points. And I think Canada needs a forensic audit as well for its record on how they've been treating our Indigenous people and forcing us to have a flight or fight mentality. But to the audits and to what's happening in the turmoil that has occurred within the AFN, I've been there before. I was Grand Chief in Northern Manitoba at the Manitoba Kiwetinawa Yokimakanak, and that's almost exactly the same thing I walked into. I had to have those difficult conversations with chiefs that were impacted and directly involved with what was going on at the time, and we had very serious and frank discussions. But I also know as a public relations person that the rest of the world and the rest of Canada and the citizens don't need to know every specific detail. We need to protect our nations and help each other as when we make mistakes and find a way to walk out together so that we can hold each other accountable for our children, first of all, but also do the right thing. I also know that, there is a lot of talk about misspending and, a lot of talk about getting back to a place where we're responsive as an organization to the chiefs. I think the chiefs don't need to feel like they're working for AFN, that AFN needs to work for the chiefs. So if there are forensic audits that need to be done, let's do them and find a solution together so that we can portray that we are unified. Because more importantly, what we need is that unity. We need to have that sense so our young people don't feel like they have no choice, that they commit suicide, that they give up on life, that they become victims of all these violence, different forms of violence. I will not put up with that. I will stand up for our people that are feeling this, and I have, and I will continue.
Ani, good morning.
Oh, sorry.
Microphone 2, Ogimakwe, Manitowabi.
Miigwech, Shani, good morning. This is a question that I have not only for yourself, but for all of the candidates. We've seen regional differences that result in resolutions not being passed, and I'm wondering, it's a good segue with unity, as you've mentioned. How do you propose that we have a more unified approach? How are you going to deal with regional differences? How would you deal with regions that have more bands and have more votes? And to display that unity across our great land, and to display that amongst not only ourselves, other chiefs, but to our communities and community members, that we are all one. How would you propose to do that?
Much for that question. And I have to say, this talking stick is very heavy. A lot of responsibility. I would have to say, as we all know, we are diverse across the country. We have different needs. We have different treaties. We have different nations. Over 70 nations across this country. So we are all unique, but we're also common. And we all come from this land, and that gives us a special place in our own lands. And I respect the differences that we have. Our needs here, our needs in isolated northern communities where I come from, and where some of you come from, are different from our southern neighbors here. The West Coast, the extreme north, and down on the east side and Quebec, all different needs. But I also know that those are things that we have to celebrate and that we have to bring back to the table to honor them. not to divide that. And if we have an opportunity to relook at how we work with each other and how we represent each other and how we make time for each other, then I think we need to do the work to do that. I think there is opportunity to even restructure how we operate. This is a good example. Your different nations that you're represented here. We have that opportunity to do that at the national level as well, and I think there would be a lot of support to do that, to respect the differences of our nations. But most of all, we have to stand united, though, because united together, we can tell a better story of what's going on. Canada is portraying itself around the world, and I know this from my work at the international level now. Canada is portraying itself as this beautiful country who honors all of its human rights, who respects the Indigenous people of these lands. But we know that that's not true. We know that every day. I've been talking to probably 300 chiefs across Canada, and many of them, I would say over half of you have gone to a funeral or coming from back from a funeral. Our people are suffering. We need to get a state of affairs of what's going on, what has happened during the pandemic, what has happened during this economic crisis, and start telling our own story and our own truth, because that way Canada can't deny its record on what it's done to us and the laws and legislations that it has imposed on us. We know on a different level and different scale, this is what happened during the Ukraine war. We saw Zelensky going from country to country with his army fatigue, telling the story of his people, the plight of his people, and then asking for help. And he got it. He's getting it. This is what we need to do. We need to find a spokesperson, me, with you, to tell that story, to tell the story of our nations. Not to be afraid to speak the truth, because we need to. Our people need us. Our people are dying every day, and I know that you know that. And we have to stand up to say our truths and demand respect, demand that our treaties be honored and the obligations be lifted, that be met, because they're not. Our treaty obligations, as we know, have not been met, and we can't change that. We can't go to another treaty agreement without honoring our own treaties and our agreements first. Sorry.
Ontario First Nation Young People's Council member Pierre DeBosque, mic 1.
Ani, as my wonderful colleague introduced me, my name is Pierre DeBosque. I'm part of the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council as the Anishinaabe Nation male rep. So this question also goes to the rest of the panel. What will you do to make sure youth will continue to have an adequate voice within decision making at all tables?
Represented that. You are representing that. And you're representing it on social media. You're telling us what's important, and you're showing us what's important, and we have to honor that and give you a place to be able to do that. I myself know the value of that and the strengths that you have. We saw some of the most terrible and precarious times in our lives during Idle No More, and it was our young people who led a lot of that charge on that front, and we made changes because of that. So I know there's a lot of strength in our young people, and I want to work with our young people to give a place so you can continue to do that.
And there's about 1 minute remaining, so mic 2, please state your name and First Nation.
Ani Bojo, Badabinakwe, Jessica, Kijik Martin, Nadishnikas, Maingan, Minwa, Makwa Dodem, Nia Shinigaming Nonjaba, proxy for Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation. Thank you all for your bringing forward your candidacy. I think that, as you know, free, prior, and informed consent in the United Nations Declaration requires that any legislation and policy impacting First Nations peoples, that our consent is required. And so in this era of what they call co-development of legislation, how will you all ensure that our consent is attained and obtained through when legislation is and early on when even the idea of legislation comes forward. Miigwech.
So, miigwech for your question. Unfortunately, the time is out. So, unfortunately, I cannot let any other candidates go beyond their time. But this is just a reminder that the candidates will be available after the panel and are open for any of these discussions, or if you guys have any more questions to ask any of the candidates. So, miigwech, Sheila. Okay, and next on our agenda, we have candidate David Pratt.
Just put this down first here before I take the clock stop yet. Oh, give me 1 second. I guess when I start talking. Technology doesn't always cooperate when we need it. That's one thing I've learned over the course of the past few years. Good morning, everybody. First of all, Oninchagwa, Bonjour, Tansigya, David Pratt, Nasigusan, Muscapiting, Ochinia. I want to first of all acknowledge the elders that prayed today, the pipes that were lifted. I want to acknowledge the territory that we're on today and the people that have hosted us here. I want to acknowledge Chief Hare. Also want to acknowledge all the executive members of the Chiefs of Ontario. Acknowledge all the leadership that are in the House this morning. Our elders, our youth, our veterans, and most importantly, our staff who do all the hard work and the heavy lifting for us to be able to do the work of the Chiefs. I was born and raised in the Fort Capel Indian Hospital in 1971. I grew up on the Muscapiting Saulteaux Nation. Had a similar experience like many other people. My parents were both residential school survivors, like my grandparents before them. My dad was a counselor for many years, 30 plus years, and worked with about 6 different chiefs. In his lifetime, he saw many changes. They struggled with very little funding and finances, but he always did his best to fight for our people and to fight for our rights. And as a young boy, I remember them talking about the NRTA, talking about the natural resources and talking about the treaties and the failure of the Crown to uphold the treaties, and that it was our job to continue to fight, promote, protect, defend, and implement those treaties. So I take great pride in coming from the leadership. I also want to say that this last few months has been a great experience for me. Sitting and listening with you, Chiefs, over the last few days since I've been here, hearing your concerns, hearing the fights that you're in with your own provincial government. And the provincial government passes a bill, tries to pass legislation, I believe it's Bill C-71, that gives them the right to come into your backyards and your territories and try to develop natural resources without your consent and approval is something that's not right. And as National Chief, I'll do my best to stand with you in opposing Bill C-71 and opposing the development of any natural resources taken from your territories without your consent. So that's something that I make my pledge to the Chiefs of Ontario. I know that there's a number of other pieces of legislation, and including the most important one, Bill C-53. Bill C-53 is in a violation and a direct contradiction of treaty and will impact our rights to the land and to the resources of the impacted nations. And as National Chief, my job will be there to ensure that Chiefs of Ontario have the full support of not only all of the resources from the office, but the political support that's necessary to be able to provide support to you on that important battle that's going to impact all of our rights. I know that for myself, we do have some work to do at the FN. We have a number of things that we have to do, including rebuilding the trust of the organization, working with executive members, to make sure that we're working together and pulling the same way in the same direction for our people. Restoring the unity that we need back at our tables. Bringing the chiefs back together. And number three, empowering the chiefs is so important. What we're going to do to change, should I be elected, or when I'm national chief, is we're going to get right down to business on day one and save the honorings and the reports to the last day for when, right now we're barely keeping quorum on day 3 and we're trying to omnibus 30 or 40 resolutions. And those that don't pass end up going to the executive table. What we'll do is we'll have the opening honor song, the elders greeting, the local leadership greeting, brief remarks from the national chief, and we'll get right into the resolutions on day 1, right into the business of the chiefs day 1 and day 2. Day 3, the ministers can come and speak, and all our honorings can take place before we have the gala on the final night. We've got to rebuild those relationships, and when I mean rebuilding relationships, it's relationships not only with one another, but relationships with the Secretariat. The national chief, I believe, is important, has an important role to play to reassure our staff that we support them as they work on the chief's mandates. Good governance, one of the most important things of any successful organization. And the financial issues we'll deal with. We'll have an independent external review done in terms of our financial practices and get to work on fixing those right away on day 1. A number of priorities that I have on the screen that you can see for yourself. I do have a 90-day transition plan, and I'm more than happy to talk about that. And my team right now is speaking on a full implementation work plan on that 90-day plan. So thank you very much. Much work remains, and I'm excited about the task that lies ahead. Thank you.
Miigwech to our candidate. And now the floor is open for any of our leadership to ask our candidate any questions. Chris is going to get you some water.
Thanks, Chris. He's got the chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So you can go ahead and respond to any previous questions.
All right, the previous questions. Well, I know that the young fella here talked about youth. Youth, I think one of the greatest things that I've seen so far in this trip is what's happening in British Columbia. And in British Columbia, well, first of all, as national chief, when I'm national chief, young man, we'll work with the Youth Council. We'll work with the Elders Council. We'll work with the Women's Council. We'll be able to have that communication direct line, because I believe as your national chief, we have to be able to communicate. We have to be able to hear direction from the youth, the women, and the elders. And what I've seen in BC this past summer was they have what they call a mentorship program. And they take 16 of their youth, they give them 6 months experience in government ministries, and then 6 months experience working with a regional political entity and organization. And they're there for that 1 year. And in that 1 year, they learn about how government works provincially. They work about how our governments work as we're doing the work of the chiefs. And it gives them great skills, and it gives them that mentorship. So that's something that I'm proposing right now. Should I be successful, and I believe I will be with your support, is implementing a youth mentorship program at the AFN for the country. Getting our people learning how government works. Getting our young people working on how our own governments work, how our own procedures, so that when their time comes to take the reins of leadership, that they're ready to go, that they understand how things operate and what it's going to take to move the files. Chief McLeod, you talked really about the financial audit. I believe that we can fix that easily. The FSN, we've had 6 unqualified audits in the last 6 years. We built and bought and paid for our own building for the first time in our 75-year history. It was because of the good financial audit of our CFO and our vice chief at that time, Heather Baer, who did a tremendous job with our Treasury Board of Chiefs. We have financial measures and controls in place, a financial audit committee. We have certain numbers that can be approved without, for contracts, without taking it to a financial audit committee or the Treasury Board. Certain contracts that go over a certain amount of dollars have to be vetted through the Treasury Board or the Financial Audit Committee. Those are the things that are in place. Can't be a chief or an executive member just doling out contracts like candy. And we do have policies in place because it is a conflict of interest that elected leadership do not get contracts at the FSIN. And that's one thing that we can fix easily at the AFN, the same thing that elected leadership cannot receive a contract. And those are simple policy changes that we've made at the FSN to improve our governance and to make our financial accounting transparent to our chiefs and show them that we're, not only them, but showing our provincial government, our federal government partners that we're doing well with the money that's given to us to work on behalf of our people. And I believe the third question, what's that lady's question again from which? Remember? Okay, all right, we'll go with them. Yeah.
Okay, and microphone 2, please state your name and First Nation.
Yep, Karen Bell, Chief of Garden River First Nation. This will be a question for yourself and the rest of the candidates that are going to be coming up next. So many of our people, our citizens, our members live off reserve. How do you propose to engage those persons, including our young adults who are apathetic to politics and have no mistrust or have little trust and are very mistrustful of the politicians that are currently supposed to be doing work on their behalf, and as well regarding that off reserve members, most would return if jobs and housing was available. And how would you propose to engage those two issues to bring our people back so that they are feeling more welcome into the community and not apart from those communities that they come from? Miigwech.
Thank you for those questions, Chief. And first of all, on question number 1 in regards to how do we engage our young people more to be more involved in politics, I think it takes education and building those personal relationships with them. Myself, a couple of provincial elections ago, we went door to door for a certain candidate that was supportive of First Nations issues. We identified where our people were, went right to their homes and said, hey, look, you got to get out and vote. And they're like, well, what for? I don't know this person. Why am I going to go vote for Munyashuk? They don't care about me and what I'm going through with my family. I said, yeah, but they're standing with us on this issue and this issue and this issue, and that's going to impact you directly. So getting our young people educated and motivated and seeing that there is an interest for them to be involved politically is important. I think that comes through education, that comes through teaching them, and that comes through giving them, realizing that they have a vested stake in what goes on politically. Maybe they don't participate, but some decisions are still going to happen with them. In regards to how do we get more of our people, I think housing is one of the biggest ways things that we can fix. And that's going to be a priority in my campaign, is to improve housing. If we can fix housing, chiefs, we can fix a lot of our problems that we're facing. Overcrowded. I've been in the north. I've traveled up there. I see what the challenges that you face, particularly in the north. I've been in homes where there's 15, 20 people living in one house. Tuberculosis, a disease that's been eradicated around the world. Can you believe it still operates in northern Canada? Yet it's been eradicated all over Africa, all over areas in the third world, but we still have it here in Canada. Why? Because Canada refuses to fulfill its fiduciary obligation and to provide housing for our people. So housing will be a priority moving forward. And I want to acknowledge Chief Miracle and all the great work that's been done on the Chiefs Committee on Housing at AFN. And when I'm National Chief, I'm going to tell you something. We're going to implement the recommendations from the Chiefs Housing Committee, and we're going to make housing a priority for all of our people and bring our people back home. And I think if we can get our people back home, our young people in particular, get the families back home, we can rebuild our nations and we can teach them their culture, their language, who they are, and realize that they got a proud history and a place that they come from. They're not just wandering around like a bunch of lost sheep out there. And that's how it is today. But we fix housing and bring them home, we can fix a lot of the social problems that we're having in our nations. Chief, I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
And the floor is still open if any of our leadership has any questions for our candidate.
That lady had a question. Well, we'll talk a little bit about my priority. So fiscal responsibility is going to be one of them. I think we have to learn how to manage the Chiefs' money. In terms of should I be successful, what I want to do is make sure that we're working together and using all the tools and the resources at the AFN, not only for the AFN, but to provide the support to the chiefs from each of the region. We want to be transparent with our chiefs. We want to make sure that our chiefs and our people have the competence that we're back at the AFN, that we're doing things, that we're moving things on their behalf, taking care of the people. What does that mean? Making sure that our staff are protected, implementing the reports from Resolution 13, making sure that our place is a safe place of harassment, that our young women and women are protected from harassment, making sure that the workplace is positive, and reassuring the staff that they have the political support that's necessary. Eliminating the lateral violence. That's a big challenge in any organization. Any of us, a number of us, we all have Facebook in this room. We all get attacked every day for whatever reason it is. So, for whatever reason. But we keep going no matter what. And I think we got to get rid of that lateral violence, and that comes through effective communication. That comes through us working together to respect each other. We don't always have to agree, chiefs, on the issues. But one thing I'll tell you that we need to agree on is that ability to work together. That's why I made the decision to run. That's why I'm here as a candidate. And that's why I'm going to continue to fight every day like I have always fought at the FSIN. We made some big things happen there, and I'm prepared to take the next step to the AFN. Should you have your confidence, and when I'm national chief, I'll do my best to get up every day and fight on your behalf, fight for your rights, and fight for your issues that are important not only to you, but also to your people. So that miigwech, Mercy Cho, Padamya, Panamya. Thank you for having me.
Miigwech to our candidate, David Pratt. Now, I'd like to give a big warm welcome to our next candidate, Dean Sayers.
Bonjour, Kinewea. Good morning, everybody. Minogajep, Mugaman Namanagoshin Guakas, Chinakaz, Bajunang Donji, Gijak Dodem. Good morning, everybody. I send greetings, Gimak. Good morning to all the chiefs, all the leadership that are here today. I'm honored to be able to speak to you today, and it's been an honor to be able to speak with you while I was here all week. It's so nice to touch base with you, and I've been in this circle for upwards of almost 20 years as a chief like you from the villages, from the communities in Ontario. And it's always good to come to the big smoke. We've been coming to Toronto forever and a day, and it's so nice to gather with so many nations here in Toronto. I also want to make mention of the wonderful opportunity I had this morning to sit with our grandfather drum and sit with our ancestors, with these Eagle staffs, and sit with the elders that are here today, our youth, our community members, our women. It's truly an honor to be among you today. I wanted to talk to you, even if I could briefly, to share with you the focus of the work that I've been doing in the last while in my pursuit of the role as your next national chief. And I continually remind myself of the beautiful teachings that elders have given me back home in regards to our relationship. And they continually remind me to minimize, like many chiefs in the room, to minimize the Indian Act, to give value to our pre-existing inherent obligations that we inherited from the Creator, that we inherited from our ancestors. And I'm reminded of the full canoe. And when our people made their way to treaty, we came to those treaty gatherings with our canoes. And we sat in our canoes, and in our canoes were our language, our law, our people, our spirituality. All those things that it is to be a nation. We also had the deer, the fish, the moose, the water. We had the trees, the flora, the fauna. Our canoe was so full it barely rode above the water. And when we arrived at treaty making, we saw these big canoes that were pulled by the cloud, that were pushed by the clouds, and those were the tall ships. And their boats were so light because they had nothing in them. They rode really high in the water. And we entered into discussions. And at the end of those discussions, we ended up signing and entering into an agreement. And then the elder said, guess what we had when we left? He said, we still had our language, our law, our people, our spirituality, everything that it is to be a nation, including the moose, the deer, the trees, the flora, the fauna, the water, the forest, everything that we inherited from the Creator. We still had it all. We gave them a little bit. There is this fallacy that's happening in Canada that we gave them everything, that we gave up all of our inheritance, and we didn't. And as I look around this room here and I see all these nations that are in Ontario, each one of us have retained our inherent rights and jurisdictions. We have retained and entered into various degrees of relationships with the newcomers to our lands. And it's that variance that I also recognize from coast to coast to coast. There's all kinds of nations all across the country that have varying expectations. There's pre-Confederation treaties, there's modern treaties, and there are those nations that don't have any treaties and are not interested in any treaties, are going to maintain and retain all of their rights. We all have different expectations. There is no one size fits all as I go across the country. Each one of you has different expectations. And each one of you deserves to have a table set according to your expectation of your agreement that you have with the representatives of the Crown. But not only that, we have relations amongst ourselves that are just as important. And we need to really champion each other, stand up our role models, bring our issues to light, and minimize the value of these new governments on our land. Our cultural self-esteem can take us a long way as far as our own healing is concerned. What we see with the violence, with the addictions, all of these social issues, what we're seeing are symptoms. The root, in my mind, is the colonization and the theft of those things that we had inherited and we had every intent to see to be maintained as they once again come to fruition. So I'm looking forward to your questions, and then we'll see you around the room a little later on as well.
Miigwechteen. I'd like to open the floor up to the assembly room, and if any of our leadership have any questions for our candidate. None online. Okay, so seeing no one, so if you'd like to, you can respond to any of the previous questions asked.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions that had come up earlier, and I really appreciate the Chiefs of Ontario, and I've been here for a few days now, and last week, and in Calgary, I'm all over, but what I really appreciated yesterday was your agenda to go in camera, to discuss what's happening, and a couple of times at the AFN. And as you are aware, I have been a representative of the Chiefs of Ontario at the AFN's Charter Renewal Committee. And my main role on your behalf was to maintain the Confederacy Chiefs body, to make sure there was an oversight at the AFN. And we are working on that, and we were working on that at the Charter Committee. I'm not there anymore, but there was also additional mandate provided to the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to look after some of the issues that have come about in the last couple of years, including the expectation for an audit and investigations. And what I'm understanding is there is going to be a report, and I've had a chance to chat with the Charter Committee representatives, some of them, and they've indicated that there will be a report that will be brought to the Chiefs' attention, because there is an outstanding mandate from the Chiefs for certain things to happen as per previous motion. So there will be an update coming from the Charter Renewal in regards to the audit. So that'll happen, I believe, at the December 5th Assembly. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm looking forward to that. But regardlessly, if the Chiefs have asked for something, if there is policies that need to be followed through, I believe that, and I will encourage that we follow those policies until there's new policies to help with how we operate as the Assembly of First Nations. I really believe that charter renewal is going to be a big part of how we move forward, because as you know, when we transitioned from the National Indian Brotherhood to the Assembly of First Nations, there were rules on how we would play, how we would work together. That needs to be overhauled. That needs to be updated. It needs to be relevant. It's 2023, 2024. So I'm hoping that we can continue with this whole restructuring and the revamping of the Assembly of First Nations. Chief? Okay, sorry.
Microphone 2, Chief McLeod.
Miigwech. Dean, good to see you again, as always. As you are aware, because you were involved in a lot of the assertions, the challenges that we have with Bill C-53, but because a lot of this in Ontario stems from the Powley decision, which is your territory, you know, they're putting a lot of emphasis on the Powley case. And in your opinion, how would you frame our position in regards to the Supreme Court case ruling on Powley, and what are the limitations on that as far as their arguments go?
Miigwech Kima. And Canada has to mind their own business. Stay the hell out of our business. We, as the original people, we still have a full canoe of rights. We gave rights to Canada. Canada doesn't give any rights to us. We control that, and we still control it, and we will control it in the future. There is this assumption of power that Canada is asserting, that they can give rights to different people. They don't have that right. We never gave them that right when we entered into these relationships. We maintained jurisdiction over all of our lands, responsibilities, and obligations, and we didn't give anything to Canada to give to anybody. So Canada doesn't have any business giving any rights to the Métis people. That's still, if the Métis people are interested in having access to hunting some of our lands, they need to come to us. And we will determine, after we do an evaluation, after we look at sustainability, whether or not our Mother Earth, the Earth, can really withstand and can be more palatable and accept more people accessing the lands in a formal way. Everybody that's on our lands should be coming to us for the right to hunt, the right to fish. Those are still in our purview. They're still in our canoe. They shouldn't be going to these illegal assumption of powers of these visiting governments to access those things. Those are still ours. And I was going to go and talk to the committee over here at the foreign government with Canada, but they wouldn't want to hear me. They didn't want to let me speak there. But that will change, because we will be united. We will, from coast to coast to coast, once again reassert our unextinguished jurisdictions, and we will do that collectively, organized, informed, and educated. Miigwech Kima.
Microphone 2, Chief McLeod.
Miigwech for that, Dean. Just zeroing in on the Supreme Court decision, Powley, do you believe that that was a good decision that was placed on the issue around Powley, or do you think the Supreme Court made a mistake?
I think the Supreme Court made a mistake. I don't think they had the jurisdiction to be making any decisions about rights that are still reserved for us as unextinguished rights holders. That was wrong. And as I look at the mandate of Canada, it's very narrow. They've been making a lot of assumptions, and whenever we get into a courtroom and we challenge them on their assumptions of jurisdiction, what our elders back home told me was that the cloak of immunity is lifted and they have to prove everything that they claim to have jurisdiction over, and they don't have jurisdiction over all the things that they are assuming. And a lot of times you'll find that they'll drop the charges against us when we challenge them, because they don't have any legal right to stand on when they are called on to prove how they can make these types of decisions. I think Powley was illegal. There are, can I answer the other questions? So in regards to violence, and thank you for the question, Chief Bell. I recall historical books where they talk about the wonderful, beautiful, kind red man and how beautiful we are and how kind and how sharing we were when people first came here. The effects of colonization have been horrendous on us. We need to find cultural pride, self-esteem. We have to reduce the effects of colonization, and we need to start feeling good about who we are. What we're seeing are so many symptoms, and we need to really stem a lot of that work through a united front at the AFN to rebuild our nations as nations and enter into real relationships with the Crown based on who we are as an unextinguished rights holder. So that's important. In regards to youth, I'm so glad that I heard from the youth, and I encourage the youth, and I invited them to be a part of our campaign team, and it's good to see our campaign team here today, some of them. We encourage their input. Actually, at the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians, where my First Nation is a part of, we actually brought on the youth as voting members at the Chiefs Council. They actually vote. They actually have a standing with us. All across the country, there's variances, but I can see as I look across the country that we are working hard at having our youth being represented through real positions and have real input and be a part of the decision making of our nations. And in regards to voting at the AFN, we are at the charter, we have been challenging and working from that perspective of how can we better meet the voting expectations and representation at the AFN. There are things that were on the drawing board as far as recommendations, even including the representation of Grand Chiefs, because a Grand Chief can't come in here, and she represents us. We have Grand Chiefs, and they have to get the permission of a chief to come and talk at the microphone. When we honor them and we give them their helpers to work for us, and they have to go through this archaic process. So we're evolving on a number of fronts. We need your input at the charter to help us move forward with how we can be better, reflective, and balanced how we are represented at the AFN.
Miigwech to our candidate, Dean Sayers. And miigwech to all of the candidates for respecting their 15-minute time limit. Now, our last candidate, Cindy Woodhouse.
Well, good morning. Good morning. I know it's a long session, but here we are, and I'm so honored to be around my colleagues here. You know, it's after you spend a few weeks with people and you see them every day or every day on a panel, you almost become brothers and sisters. So thankful for each and every one of them. Because when you step up for these roles, they're not easy. Each and every one of you know that. You put yourself out there, and along comes the criticism, but also the love. And before I start off, I want to thank, the elder for this talking stick. I also want to thank the territory, the traditional territory on whose lands we are on. For those of you that don't know me, Cindy Woodhouse, Dijnakaz, Panemutang Dunji, Chimiigwech, Ginuikwe, Dijnakaz, thank you for welcoming me here today. I also want to thank my Manitoba Chiefs, because they're pretty united. We're pretty united at home, and I want to thank them for their support, for speaking to me all summer. And a couple of them are scared to share me, but they're supporting me anyways, and I thank them for that. And I've always tried to amplify their voices. Every time that they've called me, I've made sure that I've actioned when my chiefs call me, that I get the work done that they ask of me. And I think that that's the role of the national chief, is to make sure that our chiefs in Ottawa, when you come to Ottawa, that there's a space for you, that you have open doors, that governments aren't just trampling all over us and threatening us with cuts. So when I'm elected national chief, I will, I'll be at the Prime Minister's door. We will have a discussion almost immediately, and we're going to have a lot to talk about. And we have to start, to make sure that our people, they have a housing discussion yesterday. They talked about it at the fall economic yesterday, and they're all over the news about it. What about First Nations people? We have to be at those tables again. We have to be pushing and pounding and talking at every one of those tables. So, and also one of my first discussions with the Prime Minister and his government is going to be on policing. Long-term, predictable funding, legislation. They want to talk about legislation with us, but they don't want to talk about the jurisdiction of policing. Those are things that we have to have really frank discussions about. They're going to be tough, but we have to have them. When it comes to healthcare, for instance, a few months ago we had the premiers meet, and they kind of meet with us the day before, as First Nations people, Inuit, other groups of people, the day before on health, and they try and satisfy us. And the next day they go on in a closed door like this. They don't have us sitting in there. And that's wrong. And I'm so, I come from a province that we just had a pretty rough election. And I'll say that because every single day there was racism, racist documents coming into my mailbox. And that was hard to watch as a First Nations woman, watching our voiceless women be trampled on. And I kept going on right-wing, newscasts and talking to Manitobans saying, yeah, we're a little hard on each other. We have a lot of outstanding issues when it comes to hunting and land, but I think this is going too far. And, and then you kind of look back. I remember being a young staffer with many of you, and I lift you all up for that, but I remember us going to, get studies around this country on what people thought of us 20 years ago. And I want to commend all of you for reports like the Truth and Reconciliation Report, because that's changing the viewpoints of Canadians very slowly, but we're coming along. And for the first time in the history of this country, we have a First Nations premier in a major province, and I'm so proud of him, and he's from Ontario. But we claim him. He's ours. And I want to thank WAB. But we will ask Premier Canoe. We need a seat at the table when you're talking about $46 billion in health care. That First Nations are not left to the sidelines. We are a distinct people. And, every millionaire and every billionaire in this country has made their money off Indian lands. And we have to start to have these conversations right across the country. As you may or may not know, I was your lead negotiator the past few years now for child welfare. And, it was a tough file. It was a tough issue. And we had to either negotiate or we had to, quick.
Yep, you got about 10 seconds left.
and when we negotiated that, and it was a room like this, and we were all in there, and it was, non-disclosure, they try and tell you. And that's something that we have to talk about as well. But in the midst of that, we made sure that we came out of there with a $40 billion plus deal for your people. And they're going to be coming to you in a year and asking you, where's my compensation? We have to work together. There's a lot of work to do. So, yeah.
Miigwech Shindi. And now the floor is open to our leadership to ask our candidate any questions. Okay, microphone 2, Chief King.
Bonjour, Gima, Ugimanij, Nikas, Kias, Lagin, Donji, Ogishkiminisi, Mizene, Dodem, Chimigwich, Kinawea. Thank you, all the panelists, for speaking today. Chief Wilfred King from Gull Bay First Nation. I have more of a geopolitical question, and it hasn't really nothing to do with the internal politics of our community, but it impacts us quite greatly. The last few days, we had a very right-wing leader elected in Argentina. Yesterday, there was a very right-wing leader elected in the Netherlands. We see what's happening in the United States, where it looks like Trump, although he's facing all sorts of charges, looks like he's going to win the Republican nomination. I want to go back to our domestic issues here, though. It was stated yesterday that because First Nations are advancing our rights, or when we say no to development, he has basically shut the door on First Nations, even though we have rights, we have treaties that are constitutionally protected. We all remember the Harper era. I was chief at the time. I've been chief since 2002. And when I was just getting in as chief, there was an election for a national chief, and National Chief Matthew Kunkam was basically at the end of his term. And because Matthew talked about and advocated rights, treaties, he was basically shut out. And the organizations such as the FN, their funding was cut and the door was closed on him because he was advocating for Aboriginal and treaty rights, the rights-based agenda. I think the writing's on the wall that we may have a new government. The election could be pending. As soon as this government loses the support of the NDP, there will be election called. It looks to me that based on the polls, I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't think Trudeau has a rabbit in his hat. It looks like Poilievre is going to get in as the next prime minister. And what would you, and not particularly you, Cindy, but any of the candidates can answer this question, when First Nations are advancing their rights and yet, you know, you get a government that is very right-wing when it comes to the inclusion of our rights at the table. What are you going to do to challenge that? And by challenging that, there's probably going to be the consequence of being shut out, funding cut, and so forth. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief King, for that question. Well, absolutely. First and foremost, I will work with every political party, no matter who's in government. I continue to make sure that we try and talk to these people, all these members of Parliament. I've been talking to them for the last few weeks. I know many chiefs call and want meetings scheduled with these different leaders in Parliament, and I'm glad for that. We have to continue to meet with them. We have to continue to lobby the Senate, and there will be, you know, I know that there's, you know, there could be a change in government. We know that. And we have to continue to try and work with all people, regardless of which party they come from. At the same time, you know, if there is some budget cuts, sometimes I think to myself, you know, I don't want a big band office anyways. You know, I want an effective organization that works for our chiefs, that's in Ottawa, that's making sure that your voices are heard, and that if we have to take things to court, unfortunately, it seems like every time we have change, that's what we have to do. It's always so hard fought, just like in child welfare. And I know that we finished the $23 billion now. We have to do that work and get that out to your communities. But at the same time, we still have $19.8 billion that we haven't secured. I'm going to ask all of us to please work together and get a final settlement agreement on that quickly so that we can secure that money. There's also $2 billion of it in housing. We have to try and get that out to our communities, to each and every one of you, so that we can bring our kids home. Many of them are left out there homeless. Many of them, and your phones are ringing because your people need homes. And that's a big Canadian conversation that they're talking about right now, but right, as First Nations people, we do have some resources there right now. Let's get those back, but also let's go to the Prime Minister and ask to be a part of this housing. They make all this announcement yesterday, and our people are still left in high numbers being homeless. So we have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Microphone 2, Chief Perot.
Yeah, bonjour. Chief Brian Perot, Couchiching First Nation. Miigwech to all the candidates. Miigwech for what you've shared with us and the vision that you have for us going forward. And I think everybody is aware of and speaking about what we've gone through in the last little while. And the importance of unity, standing and working together. And I just want to be, first of all, I'm proud to be one of the chiefs that was a nominator for one of the candidates up here, Chief Dean Sayers. But I want to speak to all of you. You know, I'm from Treaty 3 territory. And in Treaty 3 territory, when we have an election for a Grand Chief, we do a standing vote. We bring all the chiefs and all of our councils in, and we select a Grand Chief. There are nominations that are made with using tobacco in a traditional selection process. And those ones that have been offered tobacco, when the voting starts, they will stand there, and we did this in the roundhouse. And all of the chiefs and the councils will stand behind their choice for leader, and one is dropped off, much like what will happen at the AFN, but a secret ballot. But what we do as we get down to the final two, and we brought this way of doing an election, a traditional selection process from Treaty 3 to the Chiefs of Ontario. And now that's how we do it for all of Ontario. But in there, when they're down to the last two, and people make their choice, when it's clear that there is someone that has more votes than the other, what happens is that the one that has the second most amount of votes will actually take those supporters and move behind the one leader so that there is unity in the nation. And I'm asking all of you, after the vote in Ottawa, that you all stick together and stand behind and support a national chief. And I ask you to do that in Ottawa. Miigwech.
Miigwech, absolutely. After this vote, we do have to be unified. We have a lot of work to do. We have, I've never seen this in all the chiefs. You know, I've been raised in these assemblies. My father was chief since I was a baby and a councillor, and I was raised amongst all of you, many of you, and he took me everywhere all the time. But the thing is, you know, at the end of it, we do have to be unified because we have our people waiting, watching, looking at us for support. And when you have language debates amongst our chiefs on the floor of the assembly, and then it's split off by one vote, and that's something I think that we could have fixed in the back room. I think there was probably maybe 10 chiefs that were very, very passionate about the funding piece of that. We could have had them in the back room and come out with one united resolution. And that, you know, and I think that's the way that we have to work sometimes when we have divisive. I know it's good to have dialogue on the floor, but it's also good if we go in the back room and we figure it out together from coast to coast to coast to try and work together. So we have, you know, I want to thank you. I want to ask for your support on December the 6th. I want to work with you, as I always have. I've always worked for our chiefs, and I want to continue. I've never worked for any other government, although I've made relationships with the Senate. I know on the water legislation, for instance, I want to lift up your regional chief. I know that him and I had to stop that from being introduced in the House because it was so badly written. But we took that and we went to the Prime Minister and we made sure that we stopped that from being introduced the way it was a few months back. So I'm being tapped, but miigwech, we'll see you all in Ottawa. Thank you.
Miigwech, Cindy. So, everyone, those were all of our national chief candidates. So, if we could just give them all just one more round of applause, please. And as mentioned, our candidates will be available afterwards throughout the day if you guys have any more questions to ask them. But for now, we will move on with our next agenda item. So, I would like to call up Adam.
Thank you for
miigwech dinag ono gaben batuad gawi utapnens kchugumahkan. And a great job to our youth co-chair, Caitlin Peters, for moderating that discussion. Let's give her a hand. So it's now 10:50. Next on the agenda, we have Patty Hajdu, of course, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada. I'm told she is here. I'm not sure if she's here physically or joining virtually. I'm just going to get some direction. Or physically? Where is she? So we do have Minister Hajdu. I'm told the minister is here. If we can have the minister please come into the room. While we are doing that, again, the candidates are just leaving the room. They may stay in the room. They will be available for the rest of the day if you have questions or comments. While we are waiting for Minister Hajdu, I understand the youth, the Ontario First Nations Council, the Young People's Council, has been doing a fundraising initiative, and they'd like to announce the winners. I don't know if the youth, the Young People's Council is here. Is there anybody from the Young People's Council? So I don't see at this point. So we do have Minister Hajdu making her way up to the front. Can I have your attention, please? Yeah, just come on up.
Just customary, really.
Yeah. I know we just finished the forum. There is chatter happening. If we can tone down the discussion, please. Miigwech, thank you. We have a packed agenda. We have many resolutions to deal with, so we'd like to continue on with our agenda. If we can tone down the discussions, please. And the candidates, of course, will be available out in the hall. They will be around for the rest of today. So with that, we would like to, at this point, introduce Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, Patty Hajdu. We had allocated about a half an hour. I'm not sure what her time frame is, but we'll have a presentation and then we will open up the floor for any questions. Again, can I have order in the room, please? Thank you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Minister Patty Hajdu. Miigwech. So with that, I'll turn it over to Minister Patty Hajdu.
I'm going to have to learn how to do that. Well, thank you very much to the Chiefs of Ontario for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. Of course, many other First Nations people call Toronto home. It's a big area, that's for sure. I come from the traditional territory of Fort William First Nation, and I see many chiefs in the room that I have had the pleasure of working with, either in my own riding or in Northern Ontario or in Ontario as a whole, and so it truly is a pleasure to be here. I want to especially thank Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare, who's doing what I do sometimes when people are talking, not to call you out, Chief Hare, for his steady leadership in a number of files, but in particular on the water file, which has been, as we get closer and closer to tabling legislation, a challenging file, an emotional file, an important file, but your leadership has been steady and your guidance has been strong, and I appreciate not only that, the vigor that you've pushed. It certainly has helped me as a minister with my colleagues and the tables that I sit at to really express the Chiefs of Ontario's perspective on what needs to be in good, strong water legislation for First Nations communities. So thank you for that leadership, Chief Hare. It's been really, really helpful and important. I understand interim National Chief Joanna Bernard might be here. Is she? Oh, she was here. Okay. I had the pleasure of being with the interim national chief at the recent federal, provincial, territorial, national Indigenous organizations meeting. I can say that her interim leadership is exactly what we need right now as you get ready to elect a new national chief. And so I know you've been hearing from the candidates, and I'm very much looking forward to the election as well, so that we can have a strong AFN going into the next year. And it's very important that the AFN remain strong and remain that important national voice, just like the Ontario Chiefs are for Ontario. Also, I know there are many elders and youth here, and I want to thank everybody for the guidance that you are always providing us and the generosity of your time and your energy in making sure that the voices of elders and of youth are heard, but also that we are set off in a good way in all of these meetings. This morning, I had the privilege of speaking at the Indigenomics conference on Bay Street. It's in the Indigenomics on Bay Street conference. To a group of Indigenous business leaders and developers who are working on ensuring that not only Canada recognizes the immense economic contribution that Indigenous people make to the economy of Canada, but that they continue to be able to grow those businesses, those opportunities for Indigenous people, and to make sure that all Canadians understand that the economy, the Indigenous economy in Canada, is worth over $100 billion. Hi, Chief. I just saw the Chief from Fort William First Nation, so I should say hello to you. Hello, thank you for being here. And you know, I was really worked up. I'm going to sort of diverge from my notes here. I have to tell you, I was really worked up at that conference because it strikes me as I hold this very colonial role that economic oppression has been one of the tools of colonization that has been in some ways the most effective at hindering Indigenous people from taking their rightful place in the economy of Canada. And it really, you know, meeting with these leaders and these Indigenous business leaders and developers, and all the way from small business all the way to large capital corporations, you know, gave me hope for the future. It gave me hope that what we talk about as reconciliation can actually move more quickly if we make the way for Indigenous people to fully seize their place in the economy of Canada. But it also fired me up because every time I present in front of a group of people like that, I am profoundly struck by the many barriers that exist for that full participation that in some ways and in many ways live in the department that I'm responsible for. You know, people have a hard time becoming successful in business or any other endeavor if they don't have access to equitable education. If 15 people are living in a house together, if, as one early years worker told me, in Pikangikum, if children are in such crowded conditions that they can't even attain regular sleep, which is necessary for brain development, that leads to the challenges that we see in early years development that this particular amazing woman who works in that space highlighted. It strikes me that if we still have 6% or more of First Nations people in communities that are still under a boil water advisory, sometimes for decades in ways that some children have never known clean water coming out of a tap, that we're still not on the cusp of economic reconciliation or any kind of reconciliation. It strikes me that when the budget of Canada is still discretionary in the way that it decides on priorities for Indigenous peoples, that we are still not on the cusp of reconciliation. And so my message to you is that the Liberal government, as you know, over the last 8 years, has done a lot of work to open the doors, to bring people together, to have meaningful conversations, to appear at conferences. You know, I was astounded to find out when I was elected that that the former Prime Minister Harper, and Pierre Poilievre, along with him, refused to meet with Indigenous partners. In fact, had a very hard time pulling people together, had a very hard time listening. I will say that since 2015, spending on Indigenous priorities is 168% higher. But it still doesn't get at some of the fundamental challenges that we're seeing in communities, and that's that giant infrastructure gap, the gap in outcomes in health, in education, in post-secondary attainment, and that's the work that we have to continue to push for together. The Fall Economic Statement was, I think, an important document in that it delivered a few key priorities for Indigenous peoples. And I will say, I'll preface this by saying I've seen the Chiefs of Ontario statement. Fall economic statements are not full budgets. We still have a budget coming up in March. But what was really important, I think, in the Fall Economic Statement were two things. One, continued investment in the work of clean water. And Chief here, you'll know that the legislation will be empty if we're not able to actually deliver ongoing and predictable funding for clean water. And so that was a good sign that we have an acknowledgement of that in the Fall Economic Statement. The other, I think, really important priority in the Fall Economic Statement was the major capital loan guarantees. And I think that is an indication of the government's next steps on ensuring that natural resource projects can move forward with full Indigenous economic engagement and involvement. The Not About Us Without Us principle, I believe, is beginning to see light in the federal government in all departments. And the passing of the UN Declaration Act just last year with the action plan attached, I think is a foundational piece of work that the Liberals, the federal Liberals, have done to, I would say, help the federal government continue this transition and letting go of control. You know, I said the other day, colonialism just won't quit. It's in every strand of the DNA of the federal government. But I can tell you that the federal Liberals have been doing an enormous lift to try to unshackle those tools of colonialism and to restore the hope and the promise of what I think all of our ancestors, especially yours, had upon contact. The challenge, I think, though, is that control in and of itself is built into the DNA of the government. And we've taken, significant steps to loosen that control. You'll remember the very punitive act that was about punishing First Nations, and it was, the word transparency was used often as a way to try to control First Nations' own self-determination in financing. These kinds of things are important steps, but I would say that we have a long ways to go. I know that the priorities of your communities are vast and different, but there are some key priorities that are coming to the foreground, and I would say that the Fall Economic Statement is also hopeful in those spaces. Because housing, if I can just touch on one area, is something that I hear no matter the size of the community, no matter how close the community is or far the community is, no matter how remote the community is, no matter how large or small the community is, housing is a key priority. And the exciting thing about the investments that are committed in the Fall Economic Statement is that all of those investments will be available to Indigenous communities as well. This is the work that I'm doing with my colleagues to make sure that all across the federal family, and I really want to congratulate my deputy, Gina Wilson, and Val Gideon, who's now the deputy at Crown Indigenous Relations. Imagine that, 2 Indigenous women leading Crown Indigenous Relations and Indigenous Services Canada. Like, we can't get any better than that. But Val Gideon's entire DNA is about trying to ensure that Indigenous reconciliation, that reconciliation does not only live in the Indigenous departments, that every single department of Canada does its job in terms of searching for ways that it can change its rules, its regulations, its funding methods, its approaches to the wellness and, of Indigenous peoples. And I am very hopeful. I am very hopeful that the number of foundational tools that are being put into place, including appointing strong Indigenous women to lead very colonial systems, which, by the way, is not easy to sit in if you are an Indigenous person or if you're an ally. But those kinds of changes are the kinds of changes that we need to see in this colonial system. I can tell you that sitting as the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada has been the most incredible privilege of my lifetime, but it's also been one of the most painful positions I've ever held for the Government of Canada, because I have sat with many of you and many of your community members, and I have listened to the stories of people's lives and their fears and their losses and their hopes. And I want to tell you that every single one of you are incredible leaders. I know of no other leaders that have to steer communities from a fiscal place, from a social place, and still answer the phone at midnight when someone's lost their child, or when someone doesn't have enough food to eat, or when someone's house is burned down, or when there's a forest fire approaching. The work that you all do every single day, I want you to know I see that. And I want you to know that increasingly other ministers in the federal government see that. It is a labor of love. I know you're all politicians. I know you're all elected as well. But in these positions, the work that you do comes from the soul of wanting your community to be stronger and better, and for being there for every single person. So thank you for what you do every day. I want you to know that I will fight for you. I will fight for you in this upcoming budget, and I will ensure that your priorities are heard loud and clear across the federal family. Miigwech. I don't know.
Questions?
Sure.
So before I open it up for questions, I'm going to turn it over to Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare.
Well, again, miigwech, Minister, miigwech, coming to our assembly. I'm not but I'm hearing nice words here. And we got a Anishinaabe voice, Bell Gideon. I just want to echo a couple of things there, Minister, while we're here. And one, economic development, there was another big announcement from the budget from Ottawa, and we weren't part of it. I certainly didn't see anything of First Nation highlighted anywhere. And you say maybe we got another chance at it, another shot at it to be included this coming March. I opened with my opening comments here to my conference a couple of days ago when we started. I've been taking so many photo ops with the government on successes, and I'm gonna back off from that because I feel used. I'd like to invite ministers to stand with me. Can you stand with me? Take a picture, photo op with me for my success, for my communities behind me. And it became very real last night when I was invited to the First Nation health care workers in Ontario, and I think there's about 15 of us. Notamoan is the closest one to my community on Manitoulin, but they're all over Ontario. 25 years of frontline service, especially in COVID. I didn't see one camera. I didn't see one minister there last night. That was my success. That was my opportunity to brag for myself that I was part of this history, and we didn't get no recognition. And that's what I mean by the photo ops. Also, if you can, on behalf of all of us here in this province, stop the approval of the vaping, the smokes, whatever it is, that are being flavored and can be sold to all ages of our kids. That is profit before life of our babies. It was so disturbing. I'm still hurting. We're still hurting to hear that. 10-year-olds, and whoever's selling these to them, there's no repercussions. They are not going to be responsible or charged. It was in that article, these words I'm echoing here. So I wanted to echo them with us here today, and I see Minister Gary will be with us later, and we have another one there. I want to share that resolution that we passed here, the Chiefs did, that's coming his way. It's official. So we just need them strong support as we move forward. So with that, miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Hare. And look, the work of Indigenous people during the pandemic was nothing short of historic and heroic. And I will say that as a Minister of Health during that time, I was really glad I was serving with Minister Miller, who fully understood the principles of self-determination, because the money for COVID supports, as you know, went out quickly, and it went out without strings, which may have been the first time the federal government has ever delivered money like that to First Nations. And the results were astounding. And people saved lives. In fact, if you look to our southern cousins, Indigenous people in many of the United States didn't fare the same way. And the death rate on reservation was much higher than in Canada's First Nations. We did lose some people, and every loss is solemn and is sad, and is a loss for that community. But all of you as leaders did extraordinary work through the self-determined lens of how that would work for your communities. And I did hear some of those stories. People delivering food to elders that were in urban centers, people that had checkpoints that in their First Nations, people that had all kinds of different screening and supports, training community members, all kinds of different isolation solutions. And what I think it taught many of us at the federal level, and reinforced for many of us, is that self-determination, Indigenous people have always known how to take care of themselves. The tools of colonization, which is inequity and all kinds of laws, including the extremely racist Indian Act, have undermined that capacity and knowledge of Indigenous people to care for themselves. And so that lesson, I think, is one that I know ministers like Minister Miller and I draw on over and over and over with our colleagues as a demonstration point of what everyone should know, but many in the colonial system don't. And so I want you to know that I am, for one, I'm extremely proud of the work that so many did during that time, including Indigenous nurses, but in particular Indigenous communities, First Nations communities, who pulled out all the stops in many ways that I know and many ways that I probably don't and maybe never will. In terms of vaping, I'll bring your messages back to the Minister of Health. I know that he's working on that now, but I don't have any details about the specifics of where he's at. But I would highly agree with you that we need to protect our children from the predatory practices of all substance use marketing. And there's a lot of it, including alcohol, cannabis, and many other substances that are directly marketed to young people. And I would also say, we need to be looking at the mental health of young people as it relates to social media. All of the compulsive things that people are using to generate profit of our young people, that's a piece of work that's extremely important. So thank you for those 2 points. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll write them down.
You're okay?
I've got my notes. Thank you.
So what we will do is we need to stick with our time frame. So we will take 3 questions. I have 3 at microphone 2, and then we will get the response, just so that we can stick to our time frame. So microphone number 2, Chief King, and then Chief Miracle, and then Ugumakwe Manitowabi.
Chief Wilfred King, Gull Bay First Nation. Nice to see you, Minister. Had you? A couple days ago, Argentina elected a far right-wing leader. The Netherlands also elected a far right leader. In the United States, I know you mentioned that briefly in your commentary, that it looks like Donald Trump's going to win the Republican nomination. And there's a good chance that he's going to win the election. I don't think Mr. Biden has a chance, to be honest with you. We're having a similar situation what's happening here in Canada. I think that your boss, Mr. Trudeau, is very low in the polls. And looks like we're going to have probably an election coming up soon. And all indicators, I don't have a crystal ball, but it looks like Mr. Poilievre is going to become the next Prime Minister of Canada. What are you doing, or what is the Liberal Party doing in relation to perhaps sending a message to Mr. Trudeau that maybe his time has come and gone, and that you start looking at a new leader? Because I'm afraid that if we get another right-wing government nationally, it's going to pose all kinds of problems for us in Ontario and across Canada. And we've seen the likes of the Harper era, and we don't want to see that happen again. And I think it's important that I'm not liberal, I'm not conservative, nor am I New Democrat. But I think that we have to look at the reality of the situation and the writings on the wall, and I'm hopeful that your party will start addressing these issues that are going to be at the national forefront. So I'm not sure if it's a question, maybe it's just a commentary. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for attending, Minister Patty. It's good to see you. I was impressed with the announcement about the $15 billion to construct apartments and low interest rate loans. I know the municipalities and housing providers off reserve are very happy, but I don't know how it's going to affect the First Nations communities where there is such a backlog of need in housing and long-term care. And I know with long-term care, it says here that the federal departments are responsible for providing or funding access to long-term care for specific groups such as veterans, Indigenous people, and people in federal correction facilities. Well, there's lots of there's a federal department, the primary department that's responsible for Indigenous people is Indian Affairs, which you are the minister of. The department has not modernized its instruments for ministerial guarantee loans to deal with long-term care apartment buildings that large First Nations communities or others have to build to address the housing need. We see long-term care as housing. Infrastructure Canada does as well. The Department of Indian Affairs doesn't. CMHC has not modernized their policy to accept to update other alternative security. So in order for us to address the needs that we have in our community, we need access to low interest rate loans. One of the service providers is a federal department, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Without an MLG or revision of policy, we're forced to the banks to take out higher rate loans. So in terms of consultation, I see the announcement this year to work toward a federal long-term care act. You've already had consultation two parliaments ago. Mike Bosio was our member of parliament who sat on the standing committee. There is a federal report making recommendations that's about 4 years old. So there's no need to restart the process. What needs to be done is you need to get on with doing the work that's necessary so we can do the work that's necessary, revise the ministerial loan guarantees at the department to include long-term care and apartment buildings. Then we can get on with addressing the needs in our community. Canada is well aware that the First Nations have complex and a lot of comorbidity, that the health is poor, especially among our elders, that there's a shortage of housing, that there's poverty. Many seniors cannot even afford to maintain repairs in their homes. They're in poor health. And so this is urgent, and we need your attention to this issue, and I want to know if you'll go back and have a conversation and get the ball rolling to get on with the revision to MLG loans to include long-term care, and so we can get on with what we need to do. Many chiefs in Ontario, we had a chiefs committee on long-term care to address the gaps in services a few years ago. Michael O'Byrne was on that committee. The purpose of that committee was to find out how federal and provincial governments could work together to address the needs both for licensing and capital. The province did its part. They provided capital. The Premier Ford wants to license 30 beds, and if the federal government don't get its act together, First Nations in Ontario are going to lose out on opportunity. You'll come when it's too late, so it's urgent to get it done now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second issue with devolution and transfer for the administration of programs and services to the community level, our people were statute barred if they worked for the council on the reserve from paying into the Canada Pension Fund. Many of those people who worked in the public service of our local governments are now without pensions because the law wasn't amended until 1988 to allow First Nation workers on reserve to pay into the Canada Pension Fund, even though Canadians had access to it in 1966. So there's 18 years of discrimination that's affected the well-being of a lot of seniors who have retired now. That needs redress. I sent an email to you about it, and I'm still waiting for an answer. Thank you.
Go ahead, microphone 2.
Ani, good morning, Minister. Thank you for being here in person to take our questions and our comments.
Microphone 2, please.
Are we good now?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good morning, Minister. Thank you for being here in person to take our comments and our questions. Miigwech also to ORC Hare for wearing his traditional chief's bonnet on all of our behalf here today. Minister, my question is, I have several questions actually. I also support Chief Ardon Miracle's comments with respect to long-term care. As you may know, we are seeking funding for an elders' home in Wikwemekong, which will service not just Wikwemekong, but the district and the area that we serve. We have many positive comments and feedback, much anticipation for the funding of this home. And so we need to hear something back from Canada, from Ontario, and from CMHC. We have been funding and fronting all of the initial costs on our own as a nation. I have been to meetings, our team has been to meetings, and we seem to be in a, for the record, a situation of political hot potato that other long-term care seekers don't have to, I think, jump through as many hoops, non-Indigenous ones. And so I believe that we need some modernization in terms of discussion and funding. We do have to modernize relationships since 1867 with the division of responsibilities. And so what I also want to say is that we do have another non-Indigenous group that are seeking to have a long-term care home in our area. So it'll be very interesting for me to see if this community progresses much more quickly than we do, because we have been engaged in this discussion for a number of years and without seeking the proper results as they go. So a non-Indigenous community on Manitoulin, the township is Gorbey, that's looking for a new elders home as well. So I hope that we have equal access to discussion, to funding, to equal consideration in this regard. Anything else other than that would be discriminatory. So I want to put that on the record for today. The other thing that I would like to also place on record is that our language and its funding comes from the Department of Canadian Heritage. And I believe that our language needs to be its own distinct funding source within Indigenous affairs, because we're not a part of the Canadian politic per se, in the body politic, that we are not just another group within Canada. We are distinct with our own language and our own inherent rights, and one of those rights includes language. I realize that there is a language commissioner, but I don't believe that our Chinookanigewin, our own constitution from the Creator, should be, I suppose, barriered by a man-made position within a colonial government, that being the language commissioner. I believe that our language needs to be recognized as an inherent right and supported as well. The last item that I have to request of you and highlight to you is the Ontario Youth Representative has just asked me if I could raise the question of core funding for our youth. Our youth are our next generation. Our youth are the ones that require the mentorship to carry on these roles once our time is done. And we need to be able to support our youth in doing their work, in their being mentored, and their being prepared to take over once we are complete. So those are my questions. Those are my highlights. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chiefs. So we do have a time frame to follow. Thank you for your understanding. I have to show respect to the elders and knowledge keepers that will be speaking next, and also the high number of resolutions that we need to deal with. So I had already closed the speakers list at the 3 that were already at the microphones. So I see another has approached the microphone. Thank you for your understanding. But I'll now ask Minister Hajdu to respond. And then again, we will continue on with the knowledge keepers that will be presenting. So, Minister Hajdu.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think I'll start with the long-term care questions first of all, and you'd get no argument from me that we need to do more to help people age closer to home. The riding that I have the privilege of representing is a vast one, and so I know from personal experience that when elders have to be moved from their community to, for example, Thunder Bay, it disrupts connections with their families, and there's research that demonstrates, Indigenous or non, that those disruptions in connection actually decrease the quality and the longevity of life. So we're talking about the loss of elders, not just their quality of life. I will take back both the question around how we consider long-term cares, homes or projects as housing and inclusive of the ministerial loan guarantee. I did speak with Michael about this morning, and we do have an opportunity with Budget 2024 coming up, not just to talk about quantum of money, but also mechanisms that can be changed through the budget process. So Michael is already on it. We were speaking about it on the way here, and everywhere I go, people are asking similar kinds of questions around the ability to help support people age closer to home. So we'll take that back, and we'll see what we can shape to appeal to my colleagues to do this more quickly and to have the resources necessary. In terms of the Canada Pension Plan, I will bring those questions back to my colleague, Minister Freeland. I don't know enough to be able to tangibly be able to give you a functional answer here, but I will bring that back to Minister Freeland. And I don't know if you've ever had a chance to meet Chief Miracle with the Minister of Finance's team, but it might be worthwhile both on the loan guarantee and on the Canada Pension question to have a direct conversation with Finance. Increasingly, what I'm trying to do with the Minister of Finance's team is ensure that they understand at the community level what life is like for Indigenous peoples and what fiscal barriers are in place for true movement forward on the many priorities that Indigenous people are facing. As part of a colonial system, the Minister of Finance is often, in a way, not out in community, not able to understand community in the same way that the Minister of Indigenous Services can. But I think that needs to change, and we need ministers from all of the portfolios to be engaging in a very tangible way with First Nations people so that when they're developing policy or budgets or tools, that they understand how they're going to affect First Nations people and either empower people or have the potential of disempowerment. On that, I will say the UN Declaration Act, although unrelated, is not actually unrelated because it's forcing departments to look at how the policy they're proposing is actually intersecting with Indigenous people. We're just at the beginning of that work. I think it's really exciting times because it is a tool that you will be able to use, and I'm going to get to Chief King's question next, no matter who's in power. That is a piece of law in government, and it means that no matter what actor is the Prime Minister, no matter what party is the Prime Minister, the legacy, I think, that the Liberal government has left is increased legal tools for Indigenous peoples to be able to force colonial governments if they're not going to do it in a collaborative way. Now, I know that's unpleasant, time-consuming, and also wasteful of people's lives and energy, and we've seen the kind of losses that come when Indigenous people have to force the government to do the right thing. But I always think every single time I do something, what can I put into place that gives the people that I work for the best chance to be able to use these tools no matter who's in this seat, no matter who's the Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay Superior North, no matter who's the Minister of Indigenous Services, no matter who's the Minister of Indigenous or of Finance. Ideally, it would be great to see more Indigenous legislators in the House of Commons. You know, we only have one Indigenous member in Cabinet, and that's Dan Vandal, and he is Métis. So it would be ideal as the federal election comes up that people think about who you can support, strong candidates and ridings all across the country to run for parties that understand reconciliation. Because Chief King, you're right. In fact, Pierre Poilievre is using the language of far-right movements to actually divide people. He likes to divide people into little segments, and that is exactly what he's doing. And every single time I hear his voice, I think of the many other non-Indigenous leaders, Michelle will know some of them, that use the refrain, "These are not our people." All across this country, since before I was elected, I have heard leaders, non-Indigenous leaders of municipalities, of provinces, and yes, of federal government, essentially argue and throw, as I think one chief said, use the hot potato method of fighting about whose people are these and exactly who's responsible. And I can tell you that we will never get ahead as a country, as First Nations, as communities, if we don't accept that we are each other's people. We have to accept that we are only going to be successful when we care that every child in this country has enough to eat, that every person has the ability to get an education, that every person has a full opportunity to participate to their true potential. And so that message I will never relent on. And when you hear it, please call it out. I certainly will. And Michelle's been in rooms, I think Wilfred's been in rooms where I have called it out, and I will call it out. Because your members, by the way, are born in Ontario. They're Ontarians. They deserve health care in the same way that every other Ontarian deserves. And they are Canadians, and they deserve the same benefits that every other Canadian deserves. And they are residents of the small towns and communities that they happen to reside in, regardless of the reason, regardless of why they're there. They have every right to be there. And we all have to stand up for those rights. And so I will do that every time. And we have to ensure that we fight back that populism. I'll bring the message to the Prime Minister, but I would ask you, Chief King, if not him, then who? Because there is a risk in changing leaders at this point. And many people I know in the media are chattering about a new leader. What I would say is I actually feel that he has the best shot of beating Pierre Poilievre. We need a fighter, and we need someone who has their fists up, and we need someone who actually understands not just reconciliation, but all of the other ways that the Conservative Party is using to use fear and intimidation to beat us back. And so I'll stay fighting beside you, and you're a politician. Maybe you'll run next time. The last thing I'll just say is on the language issue, and I only want to highlight it. It's an interesting suggestion to move language services and language funding to ISK, but I would just caution against the centralization of everything Indigenous being in an Indigenous portfolio, because what we really need is we need the federal government through all of those agencies and all of those departments to actually seize on reconciliation themselves. Like, it's no good if it's just the Indigenous Services Minister who's running around talking about equity. We need transport to care about that, and we need agriculture to care about that, and we need natural resources, which, by the way, the ministerial loan, the Indigenous loan guarantee is like a huge win, by the way, for Indigenous peoples and natural resource sectors. What we need is the government of Canada writ large to be decolonizing. That word sounds funny to me because it's such a colonial system. I don't even think that some departments have ever even begun to wrap their head around that. So I would just caution when we're saying everything should reside in ISK, because if you do that, it kind of is a free pass for those other departments to not have to think about it, to not have to look at not just the Indigenous Languages Commissioner and the work that he does and his team does, but like everything else. All those grants and contributions that every department provides to all sorts of different stakeholders are eligible for Indigenous applicants too. And for too long, Indigenous peoples and communities who have needed support, whether it's through the Ministry of Health or Agriculture or Finance, have been driven through the Minister of Indigenous Services, or before that, INAC. That's the real nexus of colonialism. What we need is every department to say, we're in it too. And we need to be looking at every single tool that we have in every department to make sure that there's equity, truth, and self-determination baked into our policies. Thank you very much for a really engaging conversation, and I'm very grateful to be here with you this morning.
On behalf of Chiefs of Ontario.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam.
Miigwech, we've provided a gift to Minister Hajdu on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario. I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague Vera. Just a quick note, there was a cell phone found in the room. It sounds like it's a Thunder Bay area number, so probably area code 807. If you lost your cell phone, check your pockets. It's at the registration booth just outside. Bigoch.
So we're going to invite Pat Oakes. Pat Oakes is going to do the Knowledge Keepers update. There you are.
Sego, Sawagoego, Bonjour, Ani, Ganagwaza, Dana Pat Oakes, Youngets, Waxkalawage, Akwesasne, Ni'i Nedwagino. Greetings, everybody. My name is Ganagwaza. It's my Mohawk name, means many medicines, and my English name is Pat Oakes, and I'm Bear Clan from Akwesasne. Just want to give a short update on what the Knowledge Keepers have been doing. We organized a quorum of Knowledge Keepers, we met by a Zoom call on June 1st, 2023, and again on July 10th, 2023, to discuss items of importance to COO Knowledge Keepers Council. So the first thing we brought up was Elders Council name change to Knowledge Keepers Council. There was a request that this was brought forward to the Elders Council for the name change. Other potential names were suggested were knowledge carriers or knowledge sharers. There was a long discussion between the attendees about the differences between seniors and elders, and people didn't feel comfortable being called an elder. People would get mixed up with seniors, so after everyone shared their views, the council chose to be called Knowledge Keepers. So now you can change or assign to Knowledge Keepers. With all in agreement, we included the name be changed and revised in the terms of reference. So the next item we talked about was the terms of reference for the Knowledge Keepers Council. The Knowledge Keepers Council the Knowledge Keepers Council reviewed the November 30th, 2020 terms of reference. That is the current guideline for the council. It includes roles and expectations of the knowledge keepers, among other responsibilities. We strengthened the language in the mandate and made edits and revisions where necessary. The document was thoroughly reviewed by the knowledge keepers and was completed on July 10, 2023. The revised terms of reference will be taken to the COO Leadership Council for approval. So the next item was the ORC Integrity Committee. On June 14th, and this was talked about yesterday by Grand Chief Joel Abram. So this is the part where the knowledge keepers were involved. On June 14th, 2023, a complaint was received from former National Chief Roseanne Archibald to the COO, alleging misconduct and misogynist behavior by Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare at 3 AFN meetings. As per Article 17 of the COO Charter, all complaints about ORC Chief have to be addressed by the ORC Integrity Committee. The committee requires one member from Leadership Council, Grand Chief Abram, one member from the Knowledge Keepers Council, and that was Barney Batiste, and one member from the COO Board, and that was Gary Dokis. Because of the nature of the complaints, the committee thought their legal advisor thought it was prudent to have a female representative from the Knowledge Keepers Council as part of the committee. And I was asked to participate. So Gary Dokis went through all the allegations, findings, and recommendations in a final report of the Integrity Committee. No, it wasn't Gary, it was Joel Abram, went through all the allegations, findings, and recommendations in the final report of the Integrity Committee, and that was presented on Tuesday, so I won't repeat all of them. The committee reviewed 9+ hours of very disturbing, intense conflict behavior on the recordings, and we had lengthy discussions over what was heard. The process was painstakingly difficult but necessary. Barney and I were honored to participate on this committee, and it was after every session of listening to those tapes, well, we had to do a deep smudge and just kind of had to let that go stuff because it was really difficult and hard to listen to. And in the end, the allegations were unfounded against the regional chief here and were dismissed. And I'm personally am very happy that I spent time to listen to that because I felt very strongly with as long as I've known Chief Hare for many years, he's always been an upstanding and very respectful human being to everybody that he meets. So I'm very happy that he was very cleared of all that. However, one of our biggest observations was that if these AFN meetings were conducted using the principles of the 7 grandfather teachings, the Haudenosaunee Great Law's 3 main principles of righteousness, civil authority, and good mind, and the Ahoda-Galiwatekwa that shows gratitude and respect for all living things, their meetings would be respectful and orderly. We hope with some recommendations and guidance, the AFN addresses these conflicts going forward. And the last thing is the Knowledge Keepers Council has been meeting whenever we can fit time in the last 2 days to do some work to help to provide support and possibly recommendations to the conflict of interest and in-camera issue that the chiefs are dealing with. And hopefully we can provide some good recommendations that will help them do things in a good way. And I'd just like to say thank you to Pierre. I think he's left with his little boy for taking care of us elders so well, and for our knowledge keeper Morris, who's been ensuring that the medicine is going around the room, and for the drum, and for whoever needs it. Now I'll turn it over to my knowledge keeper friend Vera.
So, miigwech Pat. And for the knowledge keepers, we want to acknowledge Sally and Holly that make sure that we are dressed up right and doing the work that we're supposed to be doing, and that we're getting a little bit better in terms of our communications and our work as a Knowledge Keepers Committee, that more regular ability to meet and to talk about some issues is going to be probably one of the things we'll work on. We want to say miigwech for the invites and the space that's created for us as the Knowledge Keepers, that we appreciate that. And we appreciate and give thanks for the sharing, the kindness, and the love that's extended to all of the knowledge keepers that are doing the work and will continue to do as long as we're invited and asked. So, miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. And I'd like to invite now our friend visiting, and he can speak for himself, our friend Fred Kelly.
Vera. Oh.
Elder Kelly. Oh, I'm sorry. Mike.
Sorry, Chief King Gulbey First Nation. I just want to bring a concern up. When the discussion took place in relation to the investigation, we heard the report. The panel of elders was struck, and the Assembly voted on that report. Not voted, but they've heard the report. Again, I don't want to whip a dead horse, but I was approached by an individual in Assembly after that report was conducted. And I was told in unequivocal terms that the panel was somewhat biased because there wasn't gender equality on that panel. And I was taken aback by that because, you know, to me, I think if we respect that process and we respect the elders, whether they be an all-male panel, an all-female panel, or a mixed panel, we should accept that report, and the panel should not be questioned later. And you know, I'm here as a chief of my community. I'm not here as a proxy. I am not a technician acting as a proxy. So I was quite taken aback by that. And I just think that we have to show some discipline here in this assembly when the elders had did their work that we asked them to do. And their report was somewhat now tainted that it was biased because there wasn't gender equality. Miigwech.
Miigwech, miigwech.
Miigwech, Kishaval se Mahquandego, Kishiwe Tunga. Ogamavan is again this in a cause, Roshkovadeska. Vision do them, Nimeteo. What do you mean? Don't you buy? Ogoetish, go Gavosho, go, saw Soka, Naga Yanda Veko. I in a gomoy, well, yeah, Kim Shosana, go Commissioner, Gonna, me gonna, Kensogo. Usually go as a tarnishin of Kimwich in the name, Givosho in the name. Or at the sky, Vosho, so any chief, original chief. Or so Gemakan, or Gemakan, Omaga, Kagi Nagimek, or Sogoke, or no go Devaki Kanas, Ontario, as in the Kartik, and Shagana, Goeg, Extranishin of Vegomaga in the Matavat, going the Baba, or Kagi Tevashamat no. I want to acknowledge, first of all, this honorable symbol of our people. I want to acknowledge the sacred beings that are here with us, that you have beckoned to be with us and to guide us over the years. I also want to acknowledge the regional chief, Niji. I want to acknowledge the elders and all those people who have been involved right from the day one of the Chiefs of Ontario. There have been many great leaders that have participated in this forum over the years. And I can't name them all, but I do see some of the people over here that are here with us. I was sitting over there with one of the Grand Chiefs, Pat Ladavi, my buddy, a long time there. And I see Ava Hill over there and other relics of the Chiefs of Ontario. I've been receiving, I also want to acknowledge first of all, before I get into that, I want to acknowledge the leaders, the candidates for the Assembly of First Nations, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. So I'm glad here to tell you that we'll reopen the nominations and I'm running, and I promise that my campaign is, if elected, I will resign. So, anyway, I wanted to acknowledge you're on the eve of the 50th anniversary of the Chiefs of Ontario, Chiefs Assemblies. And I just wanted to tell you just a few things over here because I've been getting some requests, and I just wanted to, not to correct you or not that, but to give you my perspective, my understanding of how that started. The chiefs of the day, back in 1973, somewhere in there, the National Indian Brotherhood, as a corporation, there's a corporation that still exists, which is the Secretariat now to the Assembly of First Nations. At that time, the national chief was Walter Dieter, and they had elections after that. But before then, what had happened is that I was there with Fred Plain when he asked me to write a few comments, write a few notes to nominate George Manuel and George Emanuel subsequently became the national chief. And Clive Linklater from Couchiching, the chief there from Couchiching, has been talking to us, and he was the vice president. And don't forget, that was a corporate organization. And I warned then, at the time, that we had to watch very carefully as we were to receive monies from the federal and provincial governments that you had to be corporations. I warned then at that time, and I remember the very words I used. I'm not sure if people really understood at that point what we were talking about. I said, be careful of corporatization by municipalization and municipalization by corporations. And so that was one of the things in your relationships to Ontario. The other thing that was mentioned here today, and I want to thank candidate North for mentioning my nephew, Wav Kinyu. And so I acknowledge that, but I also want to tell you that that is since that over the 50 years, there has been a lot of progress. Not so much in the area of the political parts of it, because what has happened is that I walk out in the hallway over there, I see some people over there I've never seen before, and I am very proud and honored to be amongst you people whose grandchildren, your children and your grandchildren, have now stepped forward to take over what we are doing here as an assembly. And I see them because many of them were not even born at that time when we started this thing back 50 years ago almost, okay? So in that 50 years, I just wanted to mention that there's some maybe a little bit of wondering as to what happened back then. What happened then was the National Indian Brotherhood had passed a resolution in British Columbia, Vancouver, without any denigrating comments to the lovely people in British Columbia. But rather what they did, what happened there was that at that point, the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians, Grand Council Treaty Number 3, and Treaty Number 9 were not formally represented through the corporate papers of the National Indian Brotherhood. The Union of Ontario Indians was by nature of the corporation. So that was the organization that represented all our people here in Ontario. And so the organization started to send in some, in those days, maybe you don't remember these days, they're young people, the telexes were flooding the National Indian Brotherhood with telex messages that the Union of Ontario Indians represented. Yes, it was there, but Grand Council Treaty Number 3, Anishinaabe Nation before then was the Grand Council Treaty Number 9, and the Association of Iroquois Allied Indians were represent themselves as well. And so they suspended Ontario's representation in Ontario, or in the National Indian Brotherhood. I phoned them then. I phoned Clive Linklater and George Emanuel after he became Grand Chief under that Fred Plain had so eloquently nominated him, and on behalf of our people here in Ontario. And so when they became national chief, or at the time Clive Linklater, I phoned them, and I said after that resolution, I said, you know what you guys did? And they said, what did we do? I said, you suspended 25% of your indigenous population of your body. And they said, holy. Well, they offered, we'll go down to Ontario and help you guys get organized. So with all due respect, you can stay in Ottawa. We'll go to Ottawa and get you organized. So, and this was so the Grand Chiefs wondered then what they should do about this. And it's simple. There's a formula for changing corporate papers. They can do that. But more importantly, it's the representation of Ontario peoples, or Indigenous peoples in this particular area that we know as Ontario. They ought to be able to speak for themselves. And this is one of the reasons why you do not have the Grand Chief sitting here amongst in your forum. Why? Because I remember what they said at that time. They said, I told them, you have to bring in, you cannot bring all the people. It would be wonderful. It'd be nice to have all of the citizens of those communities come here and participate as they should. The next best thing that you can do is bring in the chiefs. And they said, Fred, you taught yourself into a job. Go find the funds, and go find a location where the chiefs can get together to discuss this issue. And they did. And hence, the Chiefs of Ontario was born. I was hoping it would be called the Chiefs in Ontario, not of Ontario, because we've not sought provincial jurisdiction. So it happens to be the Chiefs in Ontario is what I was suggesting. So that was 49 years ago, and I just mentioned that to you. And that founding meeting took place at the Canadiana Motor Hotel, not at Royal York, okay? So I just wanted to tell you some of these things. And there's many more stories to that I can tell you, but this is not the time for me to tell you, because I wanted to just simply thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and say, congratulations, you are still going strong, and you're making some real great progress, and I think you ought to give yourself a round of applause for doing all the great work that you've been doing on behalf of our people. Miigwech.
And we are chiefs in Ontario.
Yeah?
Yeah, before I came in, we are chiefs in Ontario.
Yeah, it should be Chiefs of Ontario. Those three chiefs
In
in
Ontario.
Ontario.
Oh, okay.
Miigwech. I'd like to introduce Caitlin. She's going to carry on with the next agenda item. Caitlin.
Miigwech Knowledge Keepers for that update. So there's been a request by the IFN Youth Council. They would like to do their raffle right now. So if I could just ask the IFN reps to come up.
Ani Kinawea, Shanice Indigenous Cause, Meng Dodem, Nea Shing Naming and Donjaba, Anishinaabe and Dao. I am part of the Independent First Nations Young People's Council for 7 years and interim on OFNYPC. Youth core funding for our youth to succeed in the colonial governance systems upheld today. IFN thanks you for your support this week, as the funds raised will help support the 12 communities and continue to do the work we do. The OFNYPC is also outside, fundraising as well to support their initiatives. We fundraise to support the youth of Ontario for the future and make sure that they have good, healthy relationship bondings and succeed in the really cool things that we do. So for our raffle, hope your tickets are out. And we're going with the book from Christy Belcourt and $71.50. And a ribbon skirt. The total that we raised for the IFN Youth is $7,150. So thank you so much. It's much appreciated. And I'm blown away. Oh no!
Lose my ticket.
Okay. Okay. So it is ticket 175899. It's blue. 17. Congratulations. And the next is the gauntlet. Just gonna give that a big stir. And I have Jason Gautier. It is ticket 174735. It's blue. Might have been one of our onlines. Congratulations, Jason. And the AirPods. Is ticket 175592. 175592. Okay, well, congratulations. Wait, what is it? 175592. Next one. And the next one is beaded earrings from Wabsamung and a donation. Karen Neal. Yeah. Awesome. And then for this fancy speaker, Rich M. Rich. Ticket 175526. Again, awesome. Thank you for the Facebook support. Congratulations to our winners. We'll do the other ones. And our mystery surprise is Loretta Garnell. Ticket 175151. She is in Thunder Bay. Congratulations. And for the scratch board that is behind me, Tyler Paul from Temagami. Congratulations. And Keurig, which does iced and hot. Is a yellow ticket from Crystal Omnivet, SFN, Saugeen First Nation? Yeah. Oh, congratulations, Crystal. So we're doing the PS5 now. This feels really intense. Ticket 715916. 715916. Do we redraw it? Okay, we're going to redraw it. Theron Solomon from Chippewas of Nawash, unceded First Nation. Wow, lucky guy. Thank you for your support, and better luck next time, guys.
Miigwech to all of those who have supported the IFN Youth Council and their raffle. All the proceeds will be going to youth initiatives, so miigwech for all of your support. So I've been informed that the minister is now online, so we will hand it over to Minister Gary Ananda Sangare, Crown Indigenous Relations. So he is on Zoom now, so if I could hand Oh, Minister, we can't hear you. Okay, they can hear online.
Good afternoon.
Both are 9 times more likely to start a business than the rest of the population. And the loan guarantee will support economic development for your communities and nations. And this is willing partner in the Government of Canada. For the first time ever, you have a government that is coming to the table to listen, learn, and advance your priorities. Is it enough? Absolutely not. We have a lot more work to do. But we shouldn't lose sight of the small steps of progress we made in the last 8 years. Pierre Poilievre says he supports reconciliation, but his actions say differently. He says Indigenous people should have a say in major projects on traditional lands, but in action, he fought against policies like the Impact Assessment Act, which solidified that right into law. We cannot be taken backwards in the progress we're making. The Fall Economic Statement this week pointed out that since 2015, annual investments to priorities in line with reconciliation, your priorities have tripled. And some of that is resulting in real transformation. There are some really exciting things happening in your communities. And I look forward, I look at the conservation project in the lower Hudson's Bay and James Bay, which will apply Indigenous knowledge to protect the lands and waters while fighting climate change and leaving a cleaner future. I look at the Robinson-Huron Treaty partners who fought for their fair share of compensation or annuity payments for their lands and righting a past wrong committed by the government. And in that tone, we were able to settle with the province of Ontario and Canada combined $10 billion to the 21 First Nations that constitute the Robinson-Huron Treaty. And I look at community members like Cassandra Spade and Arlene Ash of Mishkigu Gamang First Nation, who are actively working to revitalize Indigenous languages by teaching the next generations. I see the hope, the resilience, the opportunity. I keep on saying that we have more to do. We do have so much more to do. And as we do that work, I look forward to working with you all in this role and advancing your priorities and matching your pace and ambition to achieve the transformative change that is necessary. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Minister Ananda Sangare, for your time. Just keeping in mind to the chiefs that he does have limited time until about 12:20, so that is about 6 or 7 minutes away from now. So there are some questions on the floor for you now, Minister, so I'll hand that over to the chiefs. Mic 2, Chief McLeod.
Aninkina, good afternoon, Mr. Minister. We've met many times before. You know, I find it a little bit ironic, but not at the same time. You know, you as in just like everybody else that's non-Indigenous in this country have shown up here as a refugee. And we have taken you in and welcomed you into our country. And now you stand before us making decisions that affect us and assuming jurisdiction over us, and you haven't even been in this country all that long in the bigger picture of things. When it comes to the ATR process, you know, you're spinning the table around to us to ask, you know, what we think, and we've been trying to work with your government for years now on this and getting nowhere with the ATR process. You talk about not moving our relationship backwards by you know, voting in Pierre Poilievre, but yet you are taking our relationship backwards by refusing to listen to us when it comes to Bill C-53. You are instead ignoring us and assuming jurisdiction over us, making decisions that we do not agree with, that go against our treaty, that go against our relationship that we have established. You do not have the authority to create or fabricate nations in our territories through your process of legislation. This is our land, this is our jurisdiction that we have never given up, and we continue to plead with you to stop Bill C-53. Otherwise, we will be going backwards in our relationship. Miigwech.
Miigwech for those comments. And bring it over to Mic 2, Chief Chris Plain.
Thank you, Chair. And I echo the comments of the previous speaker, Mr. Minister, as do all of the people in this room. My comments are in relation to the ATR process, and in my community recently, we had industry return 80 acres to us. It was formerly part of our reserve, and so the fact that the government wants us to go through an additions to reserve policy for a piece of land that was already set aside for reserve doesn't fit that mold for us. And so just keep in mind, I've been on record before, I'd like to have another process that doesn't encompass all of the delays that the additions to reserve legislation calls for. And I'd like to have something called return to reserve, because if we have people who are willing to return land to us that already has Aboriginal title, I don't believe that we should be going to the additions to reserve policy. So this parcel of land that is contiguous to our community now generates about $12,000 to the local municipality, where that land equal on our community generates millions of dollars for the local economy. And so I don't understand why what the delays are. And so I'd like to introduce a policy related to return to reserves for those parcels of land that already have Aboriginal title. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Plain. Mic 2, Chief Miracle.
Good afternoon, Minister Gary. Good to see you. The department's policy about consulting the municipalities about their tax laws, it's very hard to come to an agreement with them. The department's policy currently has been enunciated to us is it's 5 years worth of taxes. We have written letters to both the town of Desirado. It sits on unsurrendered Mohawk land, which Canada accepted for negotiation in 1994. So what we've done is we placed that amount into trust funds for them because they never answered our letters. The minister said that we needed to consult the municipalities about tax laws, and so they're trying to get a whole lot of other stuff that really get as much as they can by exploiting us once again. And right now the government is very weak, the federal government's very weak in its communication to the municipalities of what the policy is. So I guess it should be a matter of law that if the policy is 5 years worth of taxes, it should be not put into a verbal policy, it should be in the law. This is what they're entitled to. Otherwise, they'll come to an agreement, because right now it's very difficult, and it consumes a lot of resources to not get any results. So, and they continue to sit on 923.4 acres of land, collecting taxes, enjoying the benefits of our land that was never surrendered to the Crown, ever, and we get nothing. You can't sit on somebody else's land for nothing. But yet that's what the federal government expects us to tolerate indefinitely. So what can you do to sort out that policy? And the other thing I told the previous minister, you need to modernize the ministerial long-term loan guarantees for apartments and long-term care facilities. The federal government is responsible for long-term, which includes licensed long-term care homes. That's what long-term care is. It's not homemaking, it's long-term care.
Miigwech, Chief. And out of respect for the minister, this will be our last question. So after this, we will not be accepting any more questions on the floor. So I'll be turning the mic over to microphone 4. Please state your name and First Nation.
Ani Boju. Chief Michelle Solomon, Fort William First Nation. I don't have a question. I just wanted to add to the previous comments regarding the ATR process and to state that I think it's time that the province stepped up and removed the authority of the municipality to collect taxes from First Nations. We had a land claim settlement agreement. We've gone through the ATR process, and yet the municipality still retains the authority to collect taxes from Fort William First Nation on our own land, and it was land that was part of our original reserve. So yes, return to reserve is more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Minister Ananda Sangare, the floor is yours. So, feel free to respond to any of those comments and questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the comments, let me just try to address some of them. In terms of the ATR process, look, I recognize the frustrations that exist, and that's the reason why we're looking to reform this. Over time, we have consulted, and I think the Chiefs of Ontario are very much part of this process at the table, trying to advise us on how that reform should take place. Again, I recognize the frustrations in terms of how long it's taking, but my commitment to you is to make sure that we have a new policy that will address many of the frustrations that have been identified over the years. So I look forward to working with the Chiefs of Ontario to get to that point. With respect to the issues around taxation from municipalities, especially from municipalities where we have had resolutions on ATRs, again, I think there's a work to do to ensure that the municipalities cooperate to come to a solution. Unfortunately, the federal government cannot dictate things to the municipality, but what we are able to do is support the efforts to ensure that the taxation is exempt for reserves that have been added or spaces that have been added onto reserve, and we look forward to working with you on that. In terms of the loan guarantee, Chief, I know the loan guarantee program that was announced this week, I don't believe includes long-term care homes or apartments. It is much more focused on guarantees for projects that are outside of the real estate housing piece. There is a specific carve out for housing. So as you are aware, that we had in budget 2022 specific carve outs for on reserve housing on district space, and that's being rolled out. At the same time, budget 2023, we have a $4 billion fund called the Urban Rural Northern Fund, and this will enable communities to access housing, address some of the housing needs as well, whether it's in an urban setting, in a rural setting, or in northern communities. And as we roll out that program, which we hope will be finalized in the new year, I'm very confident that will be supporting many of you who are looking to build either transitional housing or longer term, addressing longer term chronic housing needs that have been identified to us for many years, and we hope to support you in that. With respect to Bill C-53, and I've had a chance to meet many of you on this, both individually and collectively. I have met with the Chiefs of Ontario, and I met with Chief Hare on a number of occasions. And I do hear you, and I hear the frustrations. And I also recognize that, it is not my role to determine who a nation is and who is not a nation. That is not a prerogative that I have, nor I want. I am following what over the years what the Supreme Court has determined. So we started with the Constitution Act of 1982, which recognized Métis rights, and the Constitution has been interpreted in a number of decisions, including the Poly decision. I've invited you, and I think some of you have already appeared at committee on C-53. I'm grateful for the feedback that you've given. As we work through the committee process and then through the Senate, we will look to strengthen and make sure that your feedback is incorporated. And I look forward to making sure that your voices are heard. And I do want to just assure you of that, and I look forward to working with you. I do have to say, however, that Métis are recognized under the Canadian Constitution. It's not something that I had anything to do with, but I do have an obligation to ensure that we recognize those rights. And with that, I do want to thank all of you for this opportunity, and I look forward to meeting you and working with you so that we can improve the long-term prospects for Indigenous First Nations people across Ontario. And I want to thank Chief Hare for his leadership and all of you who are supporting him. Thank you, Miigwech.
Sure. Minister, if I can do real quick as Chief Hare. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a Common Sense Ontario Regional Chief. It's official, my assembly here, as there's documents coming your way to support the police investigations into the fraudulent identity claims. And this is the one you just talked about. It's time we take bigger and stronger actions, because it's just, this can't happen anymore. And people are being saved, which is awesome. Money that none of us see. We're going downhill. But I see future for us. I see uphill now. If this is the way the court investigations, that is what the way we're going to go. And it's still nothing about us without us. And we're still not there. Please include Chiefs of Ontario between now and April 1st on your upcoming budgets. We've been cut. Ottawa cut us the other day. We had the quick math yesterday, and it's very disturbing. Very disturbing. But yet, billions go out the other way. So we need to sit together. We need to have hard meetings. And this document's coming. It's official. Miigwech.
Miigwech. And just one more quick comment from Chief McLeod. Mike 2.
Miigwech, Mr. Minister, with all due respect, you're just deflecting. We have maintained that we acknowledge the existence of Métis and Métis rights in this country. What we are telling you is that they are not in our territories, and the people who are claiming to be Métis in our territories are not, in fact, Métis. So please get that straight. It's not about what's been recognized already. We agree with the recognition of Métis, but you are simply opening the door for everybody to be Métis.
Chief King, the minister can go. You could send him on his way. See, just get rid of a minister just like that. You know, it really bothers me that. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I would just like to say thank you to Minister Anand Sangare for his time and being here to speak with our leadership here today. So, Miigwech, Minister. Back to you, Chief King.
Chief Wilfred King, Gull Bay First Nation. You know, I don't know how many times I've been coming to these assemblies year after year, going on 20 years. And then we have a minister that's supposed to be representing our interests. And every time they come to our assembly, they come here, make a cameo appearance, and they leave. You know, we don't have time to ask questions. They don't answer our questions. And Ontario represents 133 First Nations. We heard the elder spoke earlier, 25% of all First Nations are in Ontario. And yet when we have ministers that are there to talk about our interests, they make a cameo appearance, and we don't get a chance to ask questions. We don't get our answers. So, you know, I couldn't care less. That's why I said I don't need him to listen to what I have to say, because he's not here listening to us. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief King. So now it's resolution time, so feel free to get out your resolution books, and I'll call up Adam.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Caitlin, for going through that presentation. Chiefs, if you're on your way out the door, please be aware we have to closely monitor quorum. So if you're on your way out the door, we may not be able to proceed with the resolutions, just to advise you. The quorum, or the count this morning to determine quorum, we did have a total of 43 chiefs in the room. That's including physically and online. So, of course, the rules of procedure we follow, quorum is 50% plus one. So quorum, in order to make decisions, is 23. So we need at least 23 in the room. That's including virtually, in order to make decisions. And I think we just barely had quorum a minute ago. I saw a number of chiefs with red lanyards go out. So I need to do a count. We're going to count online. Can you raise your red lanyard if you are a chief or a proxy, just so we can do a count? Right here. Very good. We have 25, so we need 23 to conduct business. So we do have the resolution package, 13 resolutions that are in the booklet so far. So we'll get right into it. You're all aware already, it's a working lunch, obviously. We're not taking a break. They have brought in boxed lunches. And if you need some more, I'm hoping there's some more out there. So we're going to get right into resolution number 13. So this is resolution number 23-13S. It has been revised from the initial copy that you got, but you do have the revised copy. So if I can have the resolution team put it up on the screen, please. Up on the screen, the mover, the subject is distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation. The mover is Chief R. Don Maracle, who is present. The seconder is Chief Justin Logan. Chief Logan, are you in the room? Okay. Chief Paywis, were you going to? Okay. So Chief Paywis is seconding. Chief Paywis is in the room at the moment. So we will proceed. The resolution reads, if we can have it up on the screen, but I know you do have hard copies, so while we're waiting, you do have a copy in front of you. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Ontario Regional Chief to write a letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Minister of Indigenous Services Canada Patty Hajdu, and Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations Gary Ananda Sangari, to inform that the Chiefs of Ontario do not support pan-Indigenous approaches undertaken by the Distinctions-Based Indigenous Health Legislation, DBIHL, that attempts to homogenize treaty rights to health. Number 2, refuse to accept colonial systems' delegated authority and the responsibility for failings of external governments that have resulted in the staggering health consequences that continue to be experienced by First Nation citizens across all social determinants of health. Number 3, call on Canada to fund and support First Nations-led engagement with inherent and treaty rights holders on the critical principles required for distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation to ensure reasonable time and opportunity for adequate and meaningful participation founded in the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion in an Ontario First Nation regional table. Number 4, direct COO, COO, to work with the province towards the development of an Ontario First Nations regional table, given that the process provides a holistic picture of health needs as defined by First Nations, with the aim of the table to work as full partners with the development of a distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation that is responsive to Ontario First Nations needs. Number 5, direct COO to advocate for health funding that addresses Ontario First Nations needs and demand that gaps be eliminated in all areas impacting health to achieve substantive equality and maximize access to all healthcare services. Number 6, advocate and advance First Nations positions on the distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation as outlined here and as established through the ongoing Ontario Regional First Nations legislative development processes. Number 7, initiate a legal analysis on the impact of Canadian legislation on Ontario First Nations in all aspects related to health. Number 8, direct COO to report back on progress to the Ontario Chiefs Committee on Health regarding distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation developments at the COO Annual General Assembly 2024. So that's the resolution before you. Mover and seconder, Chief Miracle. Go ahead. Microphone 2.
Is it on? There. What's been read is pretty explanatory. I don't think we need to go into all that. But I think what is important is that the regional chief put the government on notice that we're not supporting this pan-Indigenous approach to anything, including this DBIHL. And I think we need to have a press conference about that too, to put some heat in the government. Just to write a letter is one thing, but also advocate what in the media what we're doing, and to put the government on the defensive, particularly with this Métis bill, where they really want our rights and access to our land claim settlements. They're looking for benefits and money. I don't know how long it'll take for the legal analysis to be done, but it's urgent. Particularly if the bill gets passed in this session of Parliament, so it's important. So I think we need to make some noise in the media about it as well. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Miracle. Before I go to the seconder, the resolutions team is not able to put up the resolution on screen right now. They've lost the connection, but I have read the resolution into the record. You do have a hard copy as soon as they can connect. So at this point, I can't really make any amendments, but we're working on it. So, Chief Peiwis, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chief Adam Peiwis from Shawanaga. I believe the resolution speaks for itself, and I'm in support of that. And as always, the more health, the better for our people. We're not just a number or program, and so this will speak to allowing us to get better health for our people. Chimigwich.
Miigwech, so the floor is open. Back to microphone 2.
Chief Sherry Lynn Hill from Six Nations. Just a friendly amendment to add, maybe tonight for a ninth one. This resolution is without prejudice to any initiatives or work being done by First Nations or First Nations organizations on this issue or related issues, to ongoing and future health and wellness agreements, and to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario.
Okay, Miigwech, if you can stand by, please. Mover, are you okay with that?
I'm good.
Seconder, you're okay? Okay, so I'd like to read it into the record, but maybe if you can just actually, if you can bring it over. Yeah. So again, resolutions team is offline. They can't actually make the changes on the screen, but I will read it into the record. Miigwech, so this would be number 9 under therefore be it resolved. Number 9, this resolution is without prejudice to any initiatives or work being done by First Nations or First Nation organizations on this issue or related issues, to ongoing and future health and wellness agreements, and to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. So that is the friendly amendment. Okay, Miigwech. So again, it's not on the screen, but we've read that into the record. Floor is open. Second call. Any comments? Discussion? Third call, and questions been called. Thank you. All in favor of the resolution, raise your hand. Miigwech. Any opposed? I see none. Nothing. No opposed? There is one hand that is raised. I don't know if that's from in favor, but there is one hand that is still raised. Chief Kataquapit, Okay, your hand has been lowered, so that's not an opposition. Any abstentions? See none in the room and none online. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech, as amended. Thank you. Next resolution is number 18. So this, again, is in your kits. It's Resolution 23-18S. It's titled First Nations Data Table, FNDT. The mover is Chief Abram Benedict, who was here. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's present. Seconder is Chief McLeod, who is also present. So the resolution reads, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, one, direct the Chiefs of Ontario's Leadership Council to establish a First Nations Data Table, FNDT, within the research and data management sector to support the development and processes to recognize the First Nation right to data sovereignty in Ontario. Number 2, appoint First Nations leadership or First Nations representatives from the Leadership Council to participate on the First Nations data table. 3, direct the First Nation appointees of the FNDT to work with the Government of Ontario to develop recommendations on ways to advance First Nations data sovereignty. 4, direct research and data management to develop First Nations technical team consisting of individuals knowledgeable in First Nations data needs, uses, and the data landscape in Ontario, and to support First Nations data table processes. 5, direct the FNDT representatives report back at the Chiefs of Ontario Fall Assembly 2024. And finally, 6, this initiative is without prejudice to any planned or existing, or, I've got to read that right, any planned or existing or any other further First Nations data initiative. So I'd like to ask the mover and the seconder if they wish to address the resolution. Grand Chief, no? Okay, you're good. Chief McLeod is good. So the floor is open. Any discussion? Second call? Third call. Question's been called. Thank you. So all in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Actually, I should have raised your hand, just one hand. Any opposition? Raise your hand. Opposition? Would you like your opposition noted? Okay, Miigwech, for the record, actually, Chief, we'll get you to approach the microphone just for the record.
Chief Sherry Lynn Hill from Six Nations.
Miigwech, thank you. And there is a hand that is still up. So online, if you can lower your hand if that was in favor. So hand's been lowered. So one opposition, any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any online? None online. So resolution is carried. Thank you. I'll do one more resolution and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Vera. So this next resolution is Resolution 23-19S. It's titled Support for Youth Engagement in the Indigenous Advisory Process, IAP of the Collaborative Process on the Second Generation Cutoff and Section 10 Voting Thresholds. The mover is Marla Montague, proxy. Is Proxy Montague in the room? Moneg? Moneg. Miigwech. Right here? Proxy Moneg? Okay, she's hiding behind the staff, or I'm hiding behind the staff. Seconder is Ogumakwe Manitowabi, who is also present. Thank you. So the resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, approve the OFNYPC and Chiefs of Ontario Youth Sector's participation in the Indigenous Advisory Process, IAP, of the Collaborative Process and the Second Generation Cutoff and Section 10 Voting Thresholds. 2, direct the OFNYPC to engage with First Nations youth in Ontario to ensure that they are well informed and regularly updated on the progress of the collaborative process. 3, direct the OFNYPC to deliver an update to the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly once a final report on OFNYPC's participation in the collaborative process has been completed. So that's the resolution. Mover, do you wish to speak to the resolution? Okay, Miigwech, so straightforward. Seconder? No? Okay. So the floor is open. Any comments, questions? Second call, comments, questions? Okay, final call and questions been called. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposition? I see none. None on line. Any abstentions? I see none. So with that, resolution is carried. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Vera.
Resolution 20, it's moved by Chief Merle Loon and second by Grand Chief Abram Benedict. Chief Loon? I'm going to move then to, or is there a chief that would, Chief Plain is going to be the mover for this resolution. It's the continuation of funding at actual cost for post-majority support services and support for high-needs Jordan Principle recipients. The number of whereases, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, call upon Indigenous Services Canada to extend the deadline for access to funding post-majority support services at actual cost for First Nations and First Nation agencies in Ontario pursuant to 2022 CHRT 8 until such time as a funding model is developed that meets distinct community needs, including remoteness, is consistent with substantive equality and is endorsed by the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly. 2, call upon Indigenous Services Canada to immediately implement its commitment to fund navigation support for high-needs children accessing Jordan's Principle under the age of majority. 3, call upon Indigenous Services Canada to immediately provide retroactive navigation support for any high-needs young adult who has accessed Jordan's Principle and who would have otherwise benefited from the order but are now 26 years of age or older. 4, call upon Indigenous Services Canada to work with the parties to the tribunal proceedings to develop pathways for First Nations youth to access post-majority support services independently of an agency or a First Nation. That is the resolution. Will the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution? We're good to go. All of those, that's the resolution. And so we will move then to the vote. I did hear a question, didn't I? Thank you. All of those in favor? Any opposed? And any abstentions? Resolution is carried. Miigwech. 21, Resolution 21 is the continuation of funding at actual cost for joint assets for Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. Again, Chief Merle Loon, second by Chief Gerald Lewis. Chief Loon. Chief Lewis? Here. Does somebody like Chief Benedict is going to move that? A number of whereases, and then therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, call upon Indigenous. Okay, we're going to. Thank you. I will get to them. Call upon Indigenous Services Canada to comply with the provisions of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Order 2021 CHRT 41 and withdraw its deadline for funding capital assets at actual cost for First Nations and First Nations Agency in Ontario for Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. 2, provide continued access to funding at actual cost for capital assets until such time that a funding model is developed that meets distinct community needs, including remoteness, and consistent with substantive equality, and is endorsed by the chiefs in assembly. That is the resolution. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Mike 2.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Chief Lewis from Escotizag again. So with the just a couple of amendments here, just going out to the whereas, the A number 3, Article 22(1), particular attention shall be paid to the rights and special needs of Indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities in the implementation in this declaration. I think if we can add in the LGBTQ in this one as well, so they're being excluded. Also, the next one here, the number 4, Article 22, states shall take measures in conjunction with Indigenous people to ensure that Indigenous women and children enjoy the full protection and guarantees against the forms of any violence and discrimination. If we can include the men in there as well. So there's they're also being excluded. So if we can add that to this, and then I'm okay with the changes. If everybody else is okay with it, miigwech.
Okay. And the mover is all right with those changes to that resolution, Chief Benedict?
I understand what the request is, but I'm not sure that it's appropriate because we are citing the articles of the UNDRIP itself, and we can't interject language into what those say, otherwise we're not quoting it properly. So unless there's a suggestion of where it can be included somewhere else, then I'm agreeable to that, but otherwise I don't think it's appropriate to change what the UNDRIP, how we're quoting it.
Okay, thank you, Chief Benedict. So as long as we understand that, Chief Lewis, we will, I guess we will take note of those things that you would like to have ensure in our work going forward. But that is the resolution in terms of continuation of funding at actual cost for capital assets for Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle. It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Questions called. All of those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? None. The resolution is carried. And I'm sorry, Chief Lewis, but that big shining light over here, I can't see where you are. And then Chief Loon then is the one that can't see.
Chief Loon's not here?
No, they said he's here. He's in the back over there by the door. Okay, we're going to move right along then. The next is Resolution 22, Ontario First Nations Technical Services Corporation Circuit Rider Training Program, Housing Inspectors Training, and it's moved by Chief June Black. Chief Black. Chief Duncan Machano.
Yep, he's online.
Okay, Chief Machano is online. Chief June Black. Is there a chief that will put their name to this resolution? Over here. Wait. And Chief, your name?
Proxy Dave Babin.
Oh, okay. Proxy Dave.
Babin.
All right. We have a mover and a seconder, a number of whereases, and therefore be it resolved, 1, direct the OFNTSC to seek financial support from the federal and provincial government to support compliance with financial and operational requirements to deliver ongoing housing inspection, training, and delivery. 2, direct the OFNTSC to develop and deliver housing inspection training to Ontario First Nations as per the original mandate passed by the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly, Resolution 9213, Technical Services, dated July 16th, 1992. That is the resolution. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution?
Chief Machano is unmuted online.
So, Chief Machano? So does Chief Machano want to speak to the resolution?
He's trying to talk, but we can't hear him.
We can't hear him. He's on the line. It's like that other time before.
Can you hear me? Morrow. Hello. What's going on? Where's the sound audio?
Tell him to what? Chief Machano, can you start your passionate speech again?
Hello. Can you hear me? This is Chief Machano. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Just give him a thumbs up, Vera.
Go ahead.
You hear me okay?
Go ahead, Chief Machano.
Yep, okay. I support this resolution, and I've seconded it because I believe that a lot of times when we're building houses on our community, particularly in the north, there's not properly, and they're not properly inspected. So we need to have someone local on a daily basis to inspect our houses. So that's the reason why we need to get those training to train local people so they're here on a daily basis. Miigwech, hope you support this resolution.
Okay, thank you. The resolution has been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Questions called. All of those in favor. Thank you. All of those opposed. Okay. Any abstentions? Resolution is carried. Miigwech, your turn. Caitlin? Get echoed.
Okay, moving right on to the next resolution. Resolution 23S, subject petition the Government of Canada to rectify its pension and retirement tax slips and redress its historic exclusion of status Indians from the Canada Pension Plan. Mover, Donald Miracle. I saw him over there. Seconder, Grand Chief Abram Benedict, right there. Excuse me, Mr. Benedict. It's our resolution. Okay. Could you please stay in the room, Mr. Benedict? Okay. 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 Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, in the spirit of reconciliation, demand the Government of Canada revise the T4AP tax slip and the T4 RIF tax slip to include a box to indicate that all of the pension or retirement income is tax exempt for contribution from income earned on reserve, and that upon termination that no further tax assessment of the retiree be required. When pension income is from both on-reserve employment and off-reserve employment, the tax slip should indicate the amount that is tax exempt. 2, call on the Assembly of First Nations to advocate to the Government of Canada that it undertake all measures necessary to ensure that the burden of demonstrating or identifying the tax-exempt status of pension or retirement income does not fall upon First Nation seniors. 3, call on the AFN to seek redress for the decades of lost retirement contributions for registered status Indians that were earning tax-exempt income and were ineligible to join the Canada Pension Plan between 1966 and 1988. So would the mover or the seconder like to speak to this resolution? Chief Miracle, mic 2. Mic 2. Oh, try now.
Testing. So many of our people who worked for the band and retired, they made their income on the reserve, and they had paid into a pension fund, are getting constant reassessments about taxes. Their pension is not taxable because their earnings were made on the reserve. That's the policy of the government, but there's no mechanism in the system to capture it. That's why the amendment to these tax slips are necessary. So the seniors are not going through reassessment and harassment from Revenue Canada. And then we're writing letters, and every time the bureaucracy changes, many of the people who work there don't understand that. And so many of our elders are getting constant reassessment notices and being harassed by the CRA. And so the correction of the tax slip would eliminate a lot of that and a lot of waste of a lot of people's time. And I still think that there needs to be redress because our people were discriminated against from 1966 to 1988 and not eligible to pay into the Canada Pension Fund. You could pay into it and work on the reserve if you were a federal employee, but if you were a band employee, you were ineligible. So you could have teachers who were federal employees working at our school eligible to pay into the Canada Pension Fund, but if some of them were band employees, they were not working in the same place doing the same job. And all the clerks and people that worked in the band office through devolution of programs and services they missed out a lot of pension contributor years, and that's affected their level of poverty in their retirement. It needs to be redressed. It was discrimination. It should be redressed.
We got through those comments. Chief Benedict, would you like to speak to the resolution? Nope. Okay. So the floor is open if anyone has any more comments on this resolution. Going once. Going twice. Last call for questions. Okay, call for question. So all those in favor? Okay, got the vote online too. Okay, great, thank you. Any opposition? Seeing none, any abstentions? None online. Okay, perfect. Okay, so resolution carried. Moving on to Resolution 24S, subject Child Welfare First Nation Data Governance. Mover, Chief Laurie Carr. Is Laurie in the room? Okay. Seconder, Chief Keith Corsten. Are they in the room? Okay, perfect. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Research and Data Management Sector to support the Association of Native, Child and Family Services Agencies of Ontario in discussions with MCCSS concerning CPIN, OCAP, First Nation Data Strategy, and First Nation Data Governance. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario work with the ANCFSAO as sector experts at the First Nations data table in support of the First Nation Child and Family Services Agencies on data governance and research. So Merver, would you like to speak? Mic 2, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Chief Laurie Carr, Hiawatha. I just wanted to add in that in supporting this resolution, we've had ongoing issues, unaddressed issues with CPIN since 2015, and then also with the province's Business Intelligence Practice Division, which is a data platform for the whole province, and then that brings implications to our data. And it's also non-compliant with OCAP and lack of a framework. So those are all important issues when it comes to protecting our data. But also it would give us, and as more and more of us exercise our jurisdiction on child well-being, it's we just understand that the data is going to be even more vital, and that if we have control and create our own data through this, then we can include not just specifics, but we can include all that we know in our communities in regards to child welfare. That also includes housing, it includes food security, it includes health, and so that those are all the components that we can add and pick up in that. So miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Carr. Chief Corson, would you like to speak to the resolution? No, okay. Okay, so the floor is open now. Any questions, comments? Okay, question. Okay, so going once, going twice, third time. Okay, all of those in favor? Okay, thank you. Opposition? Okay, would you like your name noted? No? Okay. Any abstention? Okay, resolution carried. Moving on to Resolution 25S, subject support of the Regional Health Survey Phase 4 and the Regional Social Survey. Mover, Chief Connor Ritchie, are they in the room? Are they online? Okay, I'm not seeing them. Okay, so we're gonna have to look for a mover then? Okay, so would someone like to move this resolution? Okay, anyone online would like to move this resolution? Okay, Chief Adam Paywis, yes, Chief Adam Paywis, thank you. Okay, and then the seconder, David Babin, proxy, he was here earlier, I saw him. Yes, okay. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, reaffirm our participation in the First Nations Regional Health Survey Phase 4, 2, support the implementation of the Regional Social Survey, 3, support the establishment of a FNRSS Regional Advisory Committee to facilitate regional recommendations and to implement the FNRSS in partnership with First Nations in Ontario. 4, the Coup Research and Data Management sector shall establish the Regional Advisory Committee and facilitate the engagement of First Nations in Ontario through regional planning processes, community and territorial participation, and regular communication and reporting mechanisms to ensure First Nations priorities are represented. 5, direct the FNRSS Regional Advisory Committee or its designate to report back to the Chiefs of Assembly upon completion of the Regional Social Survey. And 6, these initiatives are without prejudice to any plan or existing survey initiatives. Would the mover or the seconder like to speak? Okay. Seconder, you good? Okay. Now the floor is open for any more comments. Going once? Going twice? Okay, so question's been called. All of those in favor? Good. Okay. Any opposition? Okay, Cherry Hill, would you like your name? Okay, not noted, okay. Any other opposition? Any abstentions? Okay, resolution carried. Adam, are you going to take the other ones off? Okay, so now I'll call up Adam.
Miigwech, Caitlin. So there's another package. There are 4 resolutions in this other package. You should all have a hard copy. So the next resolution is 26S. Resolution is titled Support for Federal Bill S-212, an act to amend the Criminal Records Act to make consequential amendments to other acts and repeal a regulation. So the mover is Chief Adam Paywis, who's present, seconded by Chief Angus Toulouse, who was present a little while ago. Chief Toulouse, are you here? Is he online? So he's not in the room at the moment, so I'm going to ask the floor if we can have a seconder. Is there a seconder? Very good. Ugumakwe Manitowabi. Thank you. So the resolution is up on the screen. It reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Ontario Regional Chief to send correspondence to the Government of Canada expressing the Chiefs of Ontario's support of Bill S-212 and call upon all federal political parties to immediately pass meaningful reform for relief from old criminal records and support the right to be forgotten. Number 2, calls on the federal government to provide relief from the discrimination of spent records as soon as the sentence is completed and the crime-free period has passed as an operation of law without the need for an application process. So that is the resolution before you. Would the mover like to speak to the resolution? So we'll go to microphone number 2, Neej, the chief with the good name.
Thank you, sir. It's Adam Paywas from Shawanaga First Nation. I believe the bill is in its second reading in the Senate, and this just provides some support that those individuals who may have had some trouble in the past will have could have an easier process for pardons and record suspensions. It doesn't contemplate heinous crimes or sexual transgressions or any of those things. So if an individual hypothetically was caught with a open bottle of alcohol 20 years ago, or was on the wrong side of the street or whatever, that would hinder their progression. And actually, we were thinking especially of our friend Wab and all the issues in the news and those kinds of things that happen. So, anyways, other than that, the bill speaks to itself, and the idea is to not penalize people for past transgressions. Jim Witch.
Miigwech, Chief Paywas. So I have just been reminded, and matter of process, I know Chief King is going to look at me, make sure I follow process. This package of 4 resolutions were submitted late. They were not in the original resolutions package, so they are late resolutions. So of course, the process for late resolutions is I have to have a mover to bring them to the floor, mover and a seconder, and I have to read the entire resolution. So I neglected to do that. I didn't realize that these were late resolutions, so I'm going to do that now for unfortunately, every resolution. So I'm going to follow process. I'm going to read the whereas as well. I've already read the operative clause, that therefore be resolved. So, and then I'm going to ask for a mover to bring it to the floor. So that is the process, a bit redundant, but I'll have to go through that. So it reads, whereas. And the reason I'm doing that is into the record because not everybody got a copy in advance. So it reads, whereas First Nations people are burdened with a criminal record after conviction. Number 2, the current Criminal Records Act regime disproportionately and negatively impacts racialized and marginalized communities. 3, the current Criminal Records Act regime contributes to fracturing communities, creates barriers to reconciliation, and prevents full participation by furthering discriminatory practices in housing, employment, and other areas. The current provisions within the Criminal Records Act regime for a pardon or record suspension is expensive, complex, and difficult for First Nations people to access. The current government has promised reforms of the Criminal Records Act for several years without proceeding with legislative reforms. Studies have indicated that the general public favors an application-free, simplified process for pardons and record suspension. And 7, the Senate Bill S-212 provides a template for a fairer and more effective legislative regime for providing relief from old criminal records. That therefore be it resolved, I did already read it into the record as well, so I need a motion. I'll just go through that formality. Chief Paywas, you're going to move. We need a motion to have this brought to the floor. Yes, you can do both. Okay, thank you. Who did we have seconding? You'll second the motion. Okay, thank you, Chief Plain. All in favor of bringing forward this resolution to the floor? Raise your hand, please. Thank you. Any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. Okay, so now we are going through the proper process of reviewing the resolution. So, Chief Paywas, you've spoken to it. Thank you. Seconder was, I believe, okay, Ugumakwe Manitowabi. Do you wish to speak to the resolution? No? Okay. Very good. Floor is open. Second call. Any comments, questions? Last call. Questions being called. Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Miigwech. Thank you. Any opposition? Nothing online. Any abstentions? Nothing online. So with that, resolution is carried. Thank you. I have 3 more resolutions. Again, these are late resolutions. Unfortunately, I have to go through this process. So I need a motion to bring this to the floor. I'll read the resolution in its entirety. It's titled, so it would be Resolution 27S. It's titled First Nations Drinking Water and Wastewater Legislation, moved by Chief R. Donald Miracle, who is here. The seconder is Chief Todd Cornelius. Is Chief Cornelius in the room? He is online, so thank you for that. So the resolution reads, whereas the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, Patty Haidu, has informed the chiefs at the December 2022 Assembly of First Nations that Canada intends to table First Nations drinking water and wastewater legislation in the House of Commons in the fall of 2023 session of Parliament. 2, there are at least 22 boil water advisories in the Ontario region on a centralized system and drinking water shortages due to factors such as climate change and unsafe drinking water. 3, First Nations lack financial resources to ensure safe drinking water and adequate wastewater systems for their citizens. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, call on Canada to ensure that the proposed First Nations drinking water and wastewater legislation include a clause that ensures that Canada will provide sufficient and timely financial resources required to enable First Nations to comply with the proposed First Nations drinking water regulations of their choosing, whether they be the federal or provincial drinking water standards. 2, First Nations demand to be assured as a matter of law that Canada will uphold its fiduciary responsibilities and provide sufficient financial resources enabling First Nations to comply with the proper First Nations drinking water and wastewater legislation. So that's the resolution. I need a motion to bring it to the floor. Can I have a mover? Chief Ardon Miracle, seconded by Ugamakwe Manitowabi. Thank you. All in favor of bringing it forward? Raise your hand. Thank you. Any abstentions or opposition? None. Any abstentions? None. Okay. So, for the record, this is resolution number 2327S. Again, the title is First Nations Drinking Water and Wastewater Legislation. I've actually just read it, so you have it up on the screen. You have a hard copy as well. The resolution is on the floor. The mover, Chief Miracle, would you like to speak to the resolution? So it's microphone number 2 that will be speaking.
Actually, it wasn't a late resolution. It was an emergency resolution, and we've already voted on this.
We've already voted on the resolution?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
And it was carried.
And it was carried.
But if you need to do it for this...
So why are we doing this again?
That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
It was an emergency resolution.
So I'm just going to, give me 1 second. I'm going to consult with the resolutions team, just to make sure, It wasn't voted on? It was brought forward? So I'm told that it was not voted on, so we will vote on it. Nothing wrong with voting on it twice, just so that we get it in there. Thank you. Seconder online, Chief Cornelius, would you like to speak to the resolution online? So Chief Cornelius, we've got some technical issues. We're trying to turn on your microphone so we can hear you. Let me know as soon as you've got him on and we can hear him. We do see you up on the screen. I see your lips moving, but we can't hear you yet. Just bear with us. Give me a look there, our technical staff, once you know that he's on.
Just tell them to give me the hand sign, thumbs up.
Yeah, give us the thumbs up, Chief Cornelius, if you're supporting the resolution. Okay. Do you want to speak to it further, or is that good? Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you. So the resolution is before you. Floor is open for discussion. Second call. Floor is open. Final call, and I hear questions being called. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? No opposed. Any abstentions? Just need to check online. Nothing online. So with that, resolution is carried. Maybe for the second time, but it's officially carried. Thank you. I'll go right to the next resolution. So this is 28S, and it's titled Support for Martin Falls First Nation Fire Suppression and Infrastructure Services. The mover is Proxy Robert Munoz, who I see is present. Seconder is Chief Lefty Kamanoaraman, who I saw earlier. I don't know if he's... Okay, he's not in the room. So I will require a seconder. Okay, thank you. Is that Humakwe? So Chief Brissett, thank you. We do have a seconder. So the resolution reads, oh, sorry, I got to go. I'm looking through to the resolutions team. So I do need to go through that formality of bringing it forward as a motion. So I'm going to read the entire resolution. I'll come back to the mover and seconder. Okay. So it's titled Support for Martin Falls First Nation Fire Suppression and Infrastructure Services. I indicated the mover and the seconder. It reads, I'm going to have to read the entire resolution. Whereas the Crown's responsibility flows from Section 9124 of the Constitution Act 1867, that includes a fiduciary obligation to provide for the well-being of First Nations, which includes but is not limited to social, health, and safety programs. 2, fire safety continues to be a major issue across the remote north, where the fire safety services are chronically underfunded. 3, a federal study completed in the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's CMHC Fire Prevention in Aboriginal Communities, 2007, found that the death rate for people living in First Nations is 10.4 times higher, the fire injury rate is 2.5 times higher, and that fire damage per unit rate is 2.1 times greater than people not living in First Nation communities. 4, losses from fire-related incidences in First Nations, particularly in the remote north, far exceed those on off-reserve communities. And 5, Indigenous Services Canada, ISC, has increased funding in other areas. Fire protection services is not deemed to be a priority, despite calls by First Nations in such an investment is urgently required. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, support Martin Falls First Nation in their efforts to acquire a new fire hall and provide the training required for suppression services. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario to demand ISC increase funding support for fire protection, operations and maintenance, O&M, funding, and prevention services in order to ensure that the community has a reliable fire truck as well as adequate support for firefighting training, fire prevention education, and fire protection infrastructure is integral to preventing further fire-related tragedies. And 3, this resolution is without prejudice to any initiatives or work being undertaken by First Nations or First Nations organizations on this issue. So that's the resolution. Mover, you're going to move the motion? Yes. Seconder, you'll second the motion. All in favor of bringing forward this resolution to the floor? Thank you. Any opposed? None. Any abstentions? None. Okay, so this is now officially on the floor. So the resolution is on the floor. Proxy Munoz, would you like to speak to the resolution? You're okay? Seconder, you're okay. So it's self-explanatory. So I'm getting online, I think it's Chief Cornelius is asking a question on the chat box. But chat box is not on record, and we couldn't hear him earlier. So can we try again, please? If we can turn on Chief Cornelius. He's joining virtually. Let's give it a shot. Okay, give me 1 second, Chief Cornelius. Just wait.
Adam, if it's not working, can you just read it?
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do if we can't hear him. Chief Cornelius, let's give it a shot. Go ahead. No, we can't hear you. I can see your lips moving, but, okay. If I can't do it, I'm just going to read what he's suggesting. Technician, can we get him? Yeah. Should I say that for the record? Chief Cornelius. 1 second. Okay, go ahead. Try it. So, we cannot hear you. I know they can hear you on Zoom. Others logged in can hear you. So, technician, what needs to happen is you turn this microphone off, and then we should be able to hear him. And we need to go through due process. The chief does have a comment or a question on the resolution, and we need to be fair and acknowledge that. There we go. Go ahead.
Check, check. You hear me? We can. Yeah, just in regards to my comment, and I do like the idea can walk to the every First Nation, but my biggest thing is being on a fire department in my own community, I'd like to see a fire flow and fire protection for every First Nation. So I'd like to see a fire flow, which in regards to the fire hall and fire truck, fire protection. Right now, that's what all that initiative is working on in regards to trying to get water for our community is fire flow and fire protection. Down low.
Miigwech, thank you. So I'm just looking to the resolutions team. I don't know if there was a suggestion for a change in wording or whether that is direction to ORC and Chiefs of Ontario on further proceeding even further to this resolution. I'm looking to the team. So from the chief, he had some suggested wording or a phrase, fire flow and fire protection. I don't know if we need to change the resolution to include that or whether that is general direction to Chiefs of Ontario, ORC and ORC's office and the Secretariat, and that can be seen as direction. So I'm looking to the team. Do we need to change the resolution or is that covered? Just consulting with our resolutions team. More? So what I'm hearing on the floor is to just include it as a number 4 in the therefore be it resolved. Do you have the wording that you can put in there? Okay. This is further. Okay, so just consulting with our technical staff, the resolution is specifically a support resolution dealing with Martin Falls. This adds a general component to it, but I believe the direction is that we need to go even further. So that may require further resolution, possibly at an upcoming assembly. Okay, thank you. So we'll continue with that. No amendment to the resolution. Floor is still open. After this resolution, I'm going to turn it over. There might be one more to one of my colleagues to stand by, but also to have. If we can, I know the Ontario Regional Chief is at another meeting, but this will, one more resolution that'll be concluding resolutions, and we will start the closing protocols. So if someone can please advise the ORC, also the Knowledge Keepers Council and the Young People's Council that we will start closing protocols shortly. Microphone 2.
3 more resolutions dealing with mining.
There are? Okay.
Are they? You didn't get them? Okay, well, hang on a second. Before you leave, Adam, don't go nowhere.
Okay, I'll get Chris to speak to that.
Okay.
So if a resolution comes in too late, then the resolutions team can't review it and legal can't review it, but it's still your prerogative to bring it to the floor. So Chief, if you'd like to bring the resolution to the floor, you can do that now.
Well, I believe there are 3 resolutions that are basically on the same topic, and I would request that they be brought to the floor. The Gull Bay one, I can't speak for the Gull Bay one. There's one dealing with Cat Lake, and I believe there's another one dealing with, I just forget the other community.
Okay, thank you, Chief King. So thank you for bringing that up. The packages I have, I only have one more resolution after that. So if there is a resolution being brought forward, again, Chiefs, this is your assembly, but we will require a motion with a mover and a seconder to bring it to the floor. If the floor agrees, then we come forward with that resolution. But we're still on a resolution. I'd like to finish with this current resolution, please. And questions been called, but I'll go through process. Thank you. Second call, any more discussion on this resolution? Third call, any discussion on this resolution? Okay, if not, I'll call for question. All in favor of the resolution before you? Raise your hand. Thank you. We can lower it. Any opposition? None online. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay, so resolution is carried. We have one more that's in the package, and I'll turn it over to one of my colleagues. Did you want me to keep going, or? Okay, I'll keep going. And then we have, it sounds like potentially 2 or 3 more, but I don't have a copy. So this resolution, again, it's a late resolution, 23-29S. I'll read the entire resolution, and then I need a mover and a seconder to bring it to the floor. It's titled, Support Police Investigations into Fraudulent Identity Claims, moved by Chief Adam Paywis, who's here, seconded by Chief R. Don Miracle, who is also present. It reads, whereas First Nations across the Ontario region have inherent rights and jurisdiction on our lands and territories as affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, including inherent rights that are protected by treaty. 2, there has been an increase in people falsely claiming Indigenous identity for the personal gain, including access to professional opportunities, services, resources, and grants. 3, First Nations in the Ontario region have long raised concerns with the Métis Nation of Ontario's membership and citizenship practices, noting that the organization has allowed thousands of individuals to become members who do not have legitimate claims to Indigenous ancestry. 4, twin sisters Amira and Nadia Gill self-identified as Inuit and used their status to defraud the Kakavik Association, and apologies for pronunciation, Kiktani Inuit Association, of funds that are only available to Inuit beneficiaries by obtaining grants and scholarships. 5, Iqaluit RCMP charged the sisters and their alleged adoptive mother with fraud over $5,000 for claiming Inuit status. 6, the Métis Nation of Ontario has received millions of dollars earmarked for Indigenous peoples through impact benefit agreements, resource development agreements, significant funding allocations for Métis housing, healthcare, child and family services, and educational grants and opportunities. And 7, prior political efforts to prevent the Métis Nation of Ontario from interfering with First Nations territories and rights have not been sufficient. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, call on the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, and the Ontario Provincial Police, OPP, to conduct an investigation into fraudulent Indigenous claims being made by the Métis Nation of Ontario. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario's Secretariat to provide technical and coordination support to First Nations in filing a complaint to the OPP over fraudulent Indigenous claims. So that is the resolution. I'll need a mover to bring it to the floor. Chief Paywis, thank you. Seconder, okay, Chief R. Don Miracle. Are you okay with proceeding with the resolution on the floor? All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. Okay, so the resolution is now on the floor. I'll just read the title and the resolution number again, 23-29S. It's titled Support Police Investigations into Fraudulent Identity Claims. I just read the resolution. I will take the liberty to declare that that is reading it into the record. Mover. I thought Chief Perot wanted the floor. Okay, Chief Pewas, as the mover.
So this resolution came about because of yesterday's discussion and some of our passionate opinions about the Métis Corporation. It basically speaks for itself, and part of the reason that I've been asked to move this is my community is part of the Robinson Huron Treaty Organization, and we have actually, we've done the research with Mr. Darryl LaRue to help identify what we believe to be identity theft or countering their belief that their root ancestors are actually ours. And so with some discussion amongst ourselves and our colleagues, our Donald decided, or we discussed that it should be I that move it, and we will make that information available to the technical team to provide to the OPP. And if there's anybody else out there that has any information that would help us identify this corporation as fraudulent, we'd be greatly appreciated.
Miigwech, Chief Pewas. Seconder, Chief R. Don Maracle. So we'll go back to microphone number 2.
I was very happy to see our regional chief notify the Minister of Indigenous Affairs this is coming. And I think it's the Leadership Council need to have a press conference about it to get some momentum in the press. The government will pay more attention if they're not getting any traction. The other thing is I understand there's two studies done, and besides the Darryl Rue study, and so the proprietors of the other study would share it as part of the police investigation, that would be appreciated as well. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you. Chief Maracle. The floor is open. Any discussion, comment, questions on the resolution? Second call. Just want to monitor online as well. Nothing. Final call. Any further comment, question, discussion on the resolution? If not, I'm going to call for question. Resolution is before you. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Miigwech. Any opposition? None in the room and nothing online. Any abstentions? None in the room and nothing online. So with that, resolution is carried. Miigwech, thank you very much. So that is all. That are all of the resolutions that I have a copy of. As Chief King indicated, there are potentially maybe 2 or 3 more resolutions. I don't have a hard copy. I would have to read off the screen if we can get it up there. Chief King, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chief King Gull Bay. We have Gull Bay has one resolution. Our resolution was circulating much like the other late resolutions. I don't know why ours wasn't in the package, so I would ask the indulgence of the Assembly to entertain our resolution.
Miigwech, Chief King. So I've just been advised there is no physical hard copy, so we can't hand anything out at this moment. What we'll do is we'll put it up on the screen, and I'll try and read it off the little screen that I have here. Bear with me. Do you have a copy?
I have a hard copy, but I'm not sure. I think it's the final version. Do you want to read it?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
What I'll do is whatever the team has, we'll put it up on the screen, and then I'll read it.
Okay.
So I'm going to read the entire resolution, ask for a motion to bring it to the floor, as well as any other resolutions. I think there's two, one from Cat Lake, it sounds like. Okay, so we'll deal with this one first. So it is there a draft resolution number? You can scroll up. Okay, there's no resolution number. It would be 30? Okay, so it would be resolution 30S. Thank you. The subject is mining encroachment in First Nations traditional homelands and territories. The mover is Chief Wilfred King, who is present. Seconder is Chief Lawrence Wanakamek. Is Chief Wanakamek in the room? Okay, thank you. There's a big spotlight behind you. And so the resolution reads, whereas First Nations people have a deep spiritual connection and stewardship role with Mother Earth and her gifts, this connection and role has never been relinquished, given up, surrendered, or yielded in any title, ownership, or stewardship of the natural resources, the gifts from Mother Earth, including land. First Nations across the province of Ontario have their own individual histories related to pre-contact mining activities in our traditional territories and homelands. First Nations continue to maintain and assert their jurisdiction over the lands, waters, resources, and our citizens. 2, the taking up of land for the purposes of development, resource extraction, and mineral exploration has occurred since the arrival of Europeans and has continued unaccounted for and unimpeded since the treaties were signed. 3, in our modern technology-driven economy, there's no question that demand for critical minerals will increase. These materials are in global demand, and international mining companies are actively seeking to develop new mineral deposits on the First Nations lands in Ontario. 4, the province of Ontario has allowed for the acceleration of the taking up of land virtually by implementing the online mineral claim staking process known as the Mining Lands Administration System, MLAS. The online virtual staking of land is putting immediate pressure on First Nations. Lost my spot here. We scrolled up. Can you just highlight where I left off? What was I reading? The online, okay, I'll start. This is the middle of number 4. The online virtual staking of land is putting immediate pressure on First Nations across Ontario, north and south of the undertaking, to monitor, track, and attempt to participate in a meaningful way with the potential mineral development opportunities, as well as reducing the land available for appropriately reached land settlements via claims negotiations already underway. 5, the online claim staking process further allows for the minimization of First Nations consent and any requirements based on the duty to consult and accommodate by being conducted in a globally accessed virtual environment. The invisible virtual mining process in Ontario compromises and impacts the spirit and intent of all treaties and unceded territories in Ontario. And 6, in September 2023, the Supreme Court of British Columbia in Gitxaala British Columbia found that BC's system of issuing mineral claims triggers the duty to consult, and that BC's Chief Gold Commissioner breached the duty to consult by failing to properly implement the Mineral Tenure Act, BC, to create a structure for consultation. The court also found that although all existing mineral claims remain valid, an immediate overhaul to the system is required. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs and Assembly, 1, that the First Nations across Ontario are united in ensuring that the Crown and right of Ontario honor its constitutional and treaty-based obligations to all First Nations in Ontario. 2, direct the Ontario Regional Chief to declare a territory-wide moratorium on the Mining Lands Administration System, MLAS, online staking for 365 days to the Premier of Ontario and the Minister, that probably should be the Minister of Mines, but it reads, and the Minister of Mines. 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat to coordinate a detailed technical review and feasibility assessment focused on legal mechanisms undertaken in similar cases, as well as on the MLAS system, and the impacts to First Nations across Ontario, including the issues of Ontario Mining Act frames the legislation to focusing on subsurface rights, potentially evading the interests and constitutionally protected rights of First Nations. B, the impacts of the MLAS on the taking up land in both unique cases of land south and north of the undertaking. C, the limited notification given to the First Nations across Ontario with specific respect to the MLAS system, online and virtually accessible outside of the province of Ontario. D, the use of mining claims for purposes other than mining and the resulting impact on the rights of First Nations across Ontario related to hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering, land usage, and access. 4, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat to provide analysis to Ontario First Nation leadership on the Landor decision 2018 and the Saugeen on I don't know if that's a typo, Saugeen SON decision 2017 and the Gitxai and British Columbia 2023, and develop a technical review and feasibility assessment on what legal options could look like in Ontario. And 5, direct Chiefs of Ontario to develop a mining sector strategy to facilitate wholesome discussion on the mining activities impacting land and infringing on Aboriginal, inherent, and treaty rights. The strategy will A, identify and take inventory of existing mining tenure that is located within First Nations to seek how much of our territory has been allocated to prospectors, exploration companies, and mining companies, the mining sector, through the lease or purchase of surface rights, mining rights, and mining claims. B, seek and provide key resources, research, and facts to support discussion at the Chiefs Committee for the Environment to review and discuss as mining activities are impacting reserve lands, traditional and treaty territories, and to provide recommendations to mitigate the matter. And C, assess and report on the current process, providing analysis and recommendations for more sustainable long-term solutions. So that's the resolution in the entirety. I need a mover to entertain this resolution. Chief King, you're moving. Thank you. Seconder? Okay. Okay, Chief Lawrence Miigwech. So, all in favor of entertaining the resolution? All in favor? Okay. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? Okay, I see none. So I've just read it. I'm going to declare that I've now read it into the record. I won't read it again. I'll open it up to the floor. So mover, microphone 2.
Resolution speaks for itself. I just want asking the chiefs to support the resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech, seconder. Do you want to speak to the resolution? No, you're good. Okay. So the floor is open. Microphone 2.
I just want to say miigwech to Chief King and the seconder for bringing this resolution. And I want to share a little bit of a story. We have a sacred site. It's at the rapids where Rainy Lake empties into Rainy River. And there were burial mounds there that have long since been flattened, either by the CN or the previous Indian agent, Pithers. And the site, we refer to it as Pautagozing. And a couple of years ago, someone went on this system that Ontario has and put a mining claim over, and that was a reserve land for First Nations there, and they and he put this claim on there, and then tried to talk to us to somehow negotiate with him about anything that would happen in his mining claim. And this is our land. But not only that, anywhere in our territories, right across, anywhere where there's no, I'm not talking about on reserve or anything, but there are sacred sites that these people, that when they go on a system like that and put a claim out there, that there are places that we recognize the spirits in those places, and places where when an elder may pass away or something like that, we have places where their bundles are taken and other gifts that they have, birch bark scrolls and things like that, all the rock paintings and the history that's written in those things. So, you know, when we're talking to Ontario, they have never considered anything like that. And we don't broadcast or make it known where these sites are because they're kept secret. And the elders that know where they are, they'll choose someone and show them where that is and the importance of that, and for that person to take that responsibility to continue to make those offerings there and to look after those sacred sites. So that's what they're not seeing there. And if they can just blanket all of our territories with someone that puts a claim in for mining, they don't consider that. So I really appreciate this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Pearl. The floor is open. Second call. Any more discussion? Final call. Any more discussion on the resolution? Okay, so before I call for a vote, there is a suggestion on text of the resolution where it says territory-wide moratorium. Is there a place that says territory-wide moratorium? If you can bold that. There it is, okay. Just put it in bold. That's the recommendation. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call for a question. All in favor, raise your hand. Miigwech. Any opposed? Nothing online. Any abstentions? One abstention. Do you want it noted? Yes. Okay. Abstention, Chief Plain. We got that. Miigwech. With that, resolution is carried. Thank you. So, again, we don't have a hard copy of the next resolution. I'm going to turn it over to our youth co-chair. I understand Chief Wesley might have another resolution. If you can approach the mic, we'll need you as a mover, and I'll give it to youth co-chair Caitlin.
Okay, so if we could have our next resolution up on the screen, please. Okay, just waiting for our resolution to show up. I think they're just working over there, just putting it on the screen. There we go. Okay, so subject support for Cat Lake First Nations, moratorium and environmental assessment consultation of Springpole Mine project. So the mover, Chief Russell Wesley, Cat Lake First Nation. Seconder, Chief Wilfred King. So I am going to need a mover and a seconder to entertain this resolution. Okay. Are you going to move? Okay, and then seconder. Chief King, will you move this to entertain the resolution?
I think someone did, didn't they? There was a mover that to entertain it. I'm not sure if there was a seconder.
The motion is to accept it on the agenda formally.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Chief. Chief Moore Frappier, thank you. Okay, so I'll formally read out the resolution. So, whereas 1, Cat Lake First Nations declared a moratorium by letter in December 2022 on all mining and mining-related activities on Cat Lake First Nation lands. 2, the Cat Lake First Nation Band Council resolution was passed ratifying an existing moratorium on mining, exploration, and road construction on Cat Lake First Nation. 3, the province of Ontario has permitted a First Mining Gold Corporation construction of a winter road for mining exploration purposes in the winter of 2022 to 2023 in open defiance of the Cat Lake First Nation moratorium on mining and related activity. 4, the proposed winter road and the First Mining Gold Corporation plan for a proposed mine on the Cat Lake First Nations include a partially draining a crystal clear trout lake. Lake trout lakes are rare, with only 1% of Ontario lakes containing lake trout. These are environmentally unique lands that must be protected. 5, the proposed exploration activities are within the Cat Lake First Nations Aboriginal title lands. 6, this permission from the province defies the Cat Lake First Nations' right to requiring free, prior, and informed consent. As stated in Article 19 of the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. 7, the existing Band Council resolution was submitted by Premier Ford, the Ontario Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Minister of Mines, Minister of Indigenous Affairs Ontario, and First Mining Gold Corporation. 8, a letter was also submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks from Chief Russell Wesley on September 25th, 2023, outlining the critical caribou species that would be affected by the road construction and the desire to undertake CLFN Traditional Ecological Knowledge Project to identify cultural significant sites. Until the CLFN burial sites are identified, no more mining work can occur on the land. 9, Cat Lake First Nation would like to carry out their own environmental assessment on the lake trout region with help from Indigenous Consulting Group, a Firelight Group, which would take 18 months to undertake. So therefore, let it be resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, support the Cat Lake First Nation right to protect their lands and the species that live within their lands. 2, advocate for Cat Lake First Nations' right to free, prior, and informed consent for any mining projects on their land. And 3, call on the province of Ontario to respect Cat Lake First Nations and their Aboriginal rights. So I'll give it up to the floor. Would the mover and the seconder like to speak? I'll hand it over to Mike Four.
I'm just going to make a short statement, and I just wanted to say that I want to thank the Chiefs in Assembly for passing the last resolution. And it's important that that happens because we need to make a clear statement in regards to minerals development and resource development. In my case, it's issue specific, it's community specific. So what I'm talking about is a specific process, which is the EA process that I believe is faulty, and Ontario has failed to meet its obligation for consulting with my people. So what I'm suggesting that I do is I do my own consultation to determine what does my community really feel about the project. So I'm thankful that I have the opportunity to put this on the floor, so that the Chiefs will consider supporting my moratorium, because we need to make strong statements like that in order to get the message across to Ontario. Next week, Minister Peary is in the UK at Resourcing Tomorrow Mines for Money conference. You know, this stuff is going on. You know, they're trying to work, get at our lands for minerals. And then the other week prior, Minister Rickford was in Washington, D.C. at a nuclear conference. You know, they're doing all of these things, but yet, you know, they're just running roughshod all over us, and we can't allow that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Miigwech. Move it over to the seconder, mic 2.
Chief Wilfred King, the resolution speaks for itself.
Miigwech. So now the floor is open to any more comments or questions about the resolution. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sorry. Okay. Anything online? Nothing online? Okay. Last call for questions. Call for question. Okay. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposition? Thank you. Any abstentions? Oh, okay. Chief Playing, would you like your name noted? Yes, okay. Great. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, so there might be a third resolution. I'll hand the mic over to Chief King. Mic 2.
I'm not sure if there is a third resolution, but I'm not sure who the mover and seconder is, and I'm not sure if they still want it entertained, but so maybe we could clarify that first.
Okay. Is there another resolution? No? Okay. Okay, so I guess there's no more resolution.
Madam Chair, before you leave, I have a question for you. My resolution perhaps wouldn't have been entertained today had the resolution been dealt with by former Chief Shining Turtle and seconded by Chief Patsy Corbier on June the 14th, 15th, and 16th of 2022. That resolution was tabled and was supposed to be brought up at the Fall Assembly. I don't know if it was brought to the Fall Assembly. It also should have been brought up at the Spring Assembly, and if not, it should have been brought up at last summer's Assembly. So where did that resolution fall off the table? Because it was tabled for the next Assembly. Maybe Adam could answer.
Yeah, I mean, Adam, could you answer that?
He was there. No.
Likes to keep me on my toes, that Chief King. I just need to consult.
Okay.
So I think we were just having a quick chat. My understanding was that the resolution was supposed to go back and there was needed a lot more conversation about what the wording was going to look like. And then it was going to need to be resubmitted because I think there was quite a few changes that need to happen. And then we didn't receive any new resolution. I think that's basically what happened.
My understanding was that the NAN chiefs didn't agree with the original resolution and they wanted more time to look at the MLS system and whatever, and they were supposed to come back to the Assembly with the required changes, if there was any. But still the resolution was tabled, so it should have been reintroduced as a tabled resolution.
Okay, I see what you mean. That might be the case.
Okay, Miigwech Chief King for those comments. And now that brings us to the end of our assembly. So Miigwech Chiefs for being present here today and moving a lot of these resolutions. This assembly has been great and I've had the amazing pleasure to be your youth co-chair. With that being said, we still have a few more announcements and the closing to look after here, so please just hang tight. Just spend maybe another 20 minutes or so, and then you can be on with your day. So just really quickly, I would like to introduce the Ontario First Nation Young People's Council. They will be doing their fundraising raffle that's been going on. The Ontario First Nation Young, there are two raffles. Yeah. And as well, since I'm up here, I also had one more announcement that I would like to make. So as you may have heard, this is my second time co-chairing an assembly, and I would just like to formally acknowledge and thank Adam and Vera for being my amazing mentors. I did co-chair with Adam previously at the Anishinaabe Fall Assembly, and he has been an amazing mentor, giving me this opportunity to be up here and has taught me a lot. So I'm going to be in that seat one day. I'm going to be in that seat one day. But yes, thank you. So we'll just give a few moments here to wait for the Ontario First Nation Young People's Council. Okay, here they are. They're coming up to the stage now. Yeah.
Would you, everybody? So we're going to just quickly do the raffle for Oath from IPC. I know everybody wants to get out of here, but thanks to everybody who is still here. And we also added 3 hoodies for people that are here in attendance. And then at the end, we'll draw for the switch. But that one, if the winner's in here, we're going to mail it out. So I think I'll ask ORC to draw the first name for a hoodie. So the first person is Julie, and it would be the number 01926563. So Julie, maybe I'll come back to it at the end and see if anybody knows a Julie here. So the next person is Shanice Johnston. She might have headed out. Did she go home? Did she go? Yeah, I'll do one more. Oh yeah, or you will. For the third hoodie, I have Loretta Fox. Loretta Fox? Oh, I heard someone saying Loretta. Okay, I think Loretta is here. Okay, perfect. One person is here. So if the other 2 aren't here, I think I will redraw. I'm pretty sure that Shanice Johnson isn't here anymore. So we'll draw one more for a hoodie. Okay. So for a second hoodie, we have Erin Genre. Is there an Erin here? Does anybody know an Erin Genre? Went home? Oh. Did he go home? Oh. Okay, we'll keep drawing. Okay, perfect. We have the hoodies here. For another hoodie, we have Chris Plain. Okay. Perfect. So for the last hoodie, Shanice Johnson won again. It's too bad she's not here.
My new car.
One more. Aaron Benedict? Oh, Abraham. Yeah, Abram. Oh, perfect. So that's all our hoodies. Let me go to everybody. And then this will be for the last item, and that's the Nintendo Switch and the game. So maybe bang the drum. Just kidding. Drum roll, please. Okay. Oh, the winner of the Nintendo Switch as well is, I think, Abraham Miigwech, everybody. Thank you so much for supporting our Ontario First Nations Young People Council and also people who came out for IFN. The youth clearly felt supported at this gathering, and safe travels home. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Taya, and congratulations to all the winners on behalf of the Ontario First Nation People's Council fundraising booth. So now I'd like to invite up Ontario Regional Chief Glenn Hare.
Well, miigwech, kinawaya. Keeping up a day, kinagego, Kenny Gashawam Jiki. Sitting here with all of us, I feel very good how our assembly went. It was strong. Keep cozy me gut. Kinishin. Zit manda bisin gan kinishin the gam the bing kashap skam guk. We gas dot. Wanda gimak geno a ke. Abdek we don't tam. We will bot chagazo ge utrago shebak. Nani boge nishe. These resolutions, these last ones we just witnessed here, I always echo that to the government, and I'm glad that we have a strong strength to back that up now, and that's what resolutions is. Talk to the rights holders, you the chiefs, and we need to do that more if you have something that we would like to protect, because as I said when the minister Hadu was here, and we have a meeting on Monday, I understand, cuts are huge. You're going to hear them soon. And they are not going to be nice. And by soon, I mean in days. We're doing the math now, and I got the rough picture. It is not nice. So it is time that we stood up, and I want to say miigwech. Next week, we have education here in Toronto again. I always ask for education. More dollars to strengthen them, because we just see so many dollars going to other languages. We need to strengthen ours up too, and they're the ones responsible for that. We're going to implement and strengthen our registration process now because of what we just went through this week here. You don't know it yet, but we did. And because of that, we are going to strengthen our registration. These assemblies, Chiefs of Ontario, are for First Nations citizens only. No one else. No one else. That hurt us this week. Something happened. So that's why we are sharing this with you here. And again, with that, I want to say and wish each and every one of you, well, we'll see a lot of you in Ottawa, but at Christmas time, again, it's coming, hard times for our kids, hungry, unfortunately, New Year's, but I am glad when those are over, because when I see them, things are somewhat, I don't know, not norm, but they're talking to me again, or us, after the hardship. But it is a hardship for them. So if we can, give a few dollars if you can, if you have it, on the street, and they'll smile. That's my thank you. So with that, again, safe travels. Kinawuye and Cheek, Kinago. And again, I want to echo, and you'll hear me. Every day about our children. Elmer Crochane, I'm going to echo him. When is it together? Quedmana baby Zijik, Penojiak. Me wonder when ni gansijik, Shinda nani bo gay no, Pinan Sabon Gizot. Abdeshui Nagden Mange. Miigwech just dicket, miigwech. How? Thank you.
Miigwech, Ontario Regional Chief. And now, our last presenter, I would like to invite our elder, Dave Root, to send us home with a closing prayer.
Light's really bright on this side.
Yeah.
Oh. How about you? Can I wear? Kiwed na gabo na ne des na kas makwagain do them. Skons gonna gain done G talking. So me gwech gonna gain me kwech me going on to back na gang at the manda. Me gwech from the yo me go on a tick here jikema he was in dog what can I go go. We go gay chinabi being here to school being gig in it. McQueen McMaba Glen Nango. Wengos. Ja, so mi gwech yo. Mi gwech kinne inwa gemaya kaya came pi. To me gwech kinne go gajis gang he's got swad among no poaganak. To me gwech kinne go geo gashimi is young gashiminito. You go gay will be in chige wat one because Mishomesak, and I know Misak, no matter do not what you the Gajavan do yet, and the scabby what go. He give us a what grand game and pigay or not the bonang and hugging with. You go gay, kabat the muckagig noa, and a quite away kagig noa, some gwetch can agayo. We gwetch can again, gay, but opposite ton on you and the snowman, they wet one guinea on the snowman. We go game on the end, gum jackego, a jackema. You go a kins a chicken a wheat bum guac go. Can go gay, cabasha chickma, cabaga, cabat the monkey, we know. To me, gayo. I'd just like to thank everybody that had come to the IFN or the coup and even these acknowledging these Eagle staffs that are here also, and the drum and the pipe ceremonies that went on also. And the prayers that went on for us in the morning and the things that we went through. And supporting our leaders, all of you leaders here, that the things that we need to look forward to going ahead. Like they said, it was going to be hard things coming, but we can do this if we all when we support each other into what we're doing. And so, when I get watching the Goshnik in Jabaik, just want to have that prayer for you is also that you make it home safely to your communities, to your loved ones back home. Binojiak. Up to Ganage, the Wetan Geo, Makwen Maga, Binojiak. I mean, Chinama, to Makwen Mayang, Ganage. I think about our little ones, and then there's Kanijik also, the ones that were here, our youth. So it was really good to be with them over the weekend also. And being a part of this is really, it's really good. It really fills me when I come here. So I say miigwech, and I thank you all for that the fight that you do, that argument. So miigwech again on miigwech to all that is here. And have that safe travels again. And up to the Zoganum. I love you all. So I say me gwetch to all of that in itself. When I'm going to give it, must saying, Niganing, Najaing. Jinjaman the Mong, Kashweb, seeing a motion, but to remember those things, how things were hard, but to move forward today and keep going forward. And it's always a challenge with the government also as well. So I say miigwech to all that was here and all that was spoken and the sharing that went on. So I say miigwech, and even the panel, the other Gimai that were here that are running also. That I wish them well as well to our next leader at the AFN. So I say miigwech. Even all the ones that work behind the scenes and everything else. It's providing everything. And the mushne, I'm still full from all the good foods. So I thank you that. So miigwech Miigwech, no, miigwech.
Can we please have the Eagle Staff carriers come forward, please, for our closing? Yeah, I forgot. Excuse me. So, miigwech everyone, safe travels, and I officially would like to adjourn the meeting, the assembly. Miigwech, have safe travels. Yes, thank you so much.
Come on, I'm in Ottawa. Yeah.
Safe travels to you, my dear. Hopefully. Oh, yeah. Are you coming next week too? Have to be in Ottawa. Oh.
Tracy, good to see you again.
Good to see you. We'll see you in Ottawa.
Yes, yes.